All right, we are getting some folks admitted from the waiting room. So I think we can go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be with you all for meeting 3 of the A through F working group. We have a very important topic today to discuss, which is growth. And so we're looking forward to diving right in. As we get started, we're going to do a couple of things very quickly before we kind of do another series of breakout conversations, just like we did on Tuesday. And so let me just kind of go over really quickly the agenda for today's meeting. We're going to refresh our group norms. We're going to do an overview of growth. Before we dive into that, we're just going to recap very quickly the updates that we found from the last meeting to kind of give us a good grounding for today's conversation. We're going to review the prompts for growth. Then we're actually going to get into our breakout discussion. We'll do share outs as we did on Tuesday before we all adjourn for today's meeting around 5 o'clock. So just wanted to make sure that everybody had a good sense of kind of what we were going to do and in what order today. So moving forward, we can go ahead and look at our group norms just to refresh everyone's thinking as we enter into conversations today. I want to make sure that we use our time together very well, very effectively. We want to make sure we're hearing from you all from your individual perspective as a stakeholder. We're also going to ask you to think about parents and families and kind of put that hat on as you are thinking through contributions to the conversation when we get into our breakout groups. We want to make sure to remind you of the public comment that's available. Hope you all have been reading that as we've been updating it with additional emails that are coming through. Hopefully, you are also going back to your communities and hearing from others kind of around the state as we march through this process together. We want to make sure that you're bringing that input to bear. And we also want to make sure that we're kind of getting those really clear inputs from you. The black and white kind of answers is what we're looking for. And hopefully we will have some good productive discussion today, just in the way that we did on Tuesday. We do not want to forget that this is the rating system we're developing, and it's really intended for parents and families as our first and foremost audience, but definitely want to make sure that we're kind of considering others who might be interested in this information. We know it'll be a very powerful communications tool. As a reminder, we are not debating the law itself. Today, we're really spending time digging deeply into development of the calculation and spending time today specifically on that growth component. We don't want to forget those legal requirements that academic achievement is required to be a part of the calculation. Growth is required to be a part of the calculation. There's some other indicators, which we'll talk about in our next meeting, that will be included, but we want to make sure to remember that those are the 3 kind of big boundaries or opportunities, if you want to think about it that way, for us to develop a really strong calculation. Today, we are not going to focus on reporting displays. We are instead going to think about that math equation. As we have discussed in the last 2 meetings, we're really thinking about the calculation itself versus the ways that we could go about presenting the outputs of the calculation on the state report card. And then we're going to try and stay on topic today. We are talking about growth. We've already kind of had a conversation about academic achievement. Moving forward, we are going to focus on that other indicator opportunity, as well as weighting all of the 3 kind of big buckets, that academic achievement, growth, and what we determine to be other indicators as part of meeting 5. Today, we're really focusing in on growth in particular. So with that recap of the group norms, we're going to go ahead and move forward to recap our discussion from Monday. So when we went through our breakout groups, we really tried to develop prompts that would guide us to those very clear kind of binary type pieces of input back from you all so that we could hear your reactions and the way you were thinking about it. And we wanted to identify areas where there were consensus, both within your breakout group as well as the broader group. But we also wanted to identify where we may have struggled to identify an area where we could find consensus. And so as a quick recap, when we were thinking about that academic achievement indicator, we're thinking about proficiency of meeting expectations on those academic standards we lay out for our students in each subject area. We did find general consensus across the breakout groups about including all subjects as opposed to only English language arts and math. The groups really decided we should include both English language arts, math, science, and social studies. We also heard consensus around a heavier weighting for English language arts and math, especially in that elementary school space when we're thinking about kind of the grade bands and mastering foundational skills in English and math, and really, really important to do so early in a student's life. We heard some consensus there. We do have a remaining open question where the group was not able to identify as much consensus. And in fact, we actually ran out of time a little bit in some of the breakout groups. And it was really around the third prompt that we had last week, which is how do we apply the letter grade rating to the achievement indicator? When we were thinking about kind of the absolute approach, a distribution approach, we need a little bit more time as a group to go back and think about how we would actually lay over a letter grade rating system on top of the approach that your group identified. So we're going to spend a little bit of time today kind of revisiting that conversation ahead of the conversation specific to growth. As we move forward to our next slide, I am going to give us some updates a little bit on some modeling that came out of the meeting last week. We heard some requests from working group members to actually see some of the data. And so I'm going to kick it over to David Laird to give us an explanation of the modeling he and his team have produced since Tuesday.
Thank you, Chelsea. Happy to do so. So what you see displayed here are two histograms, one of which you'll be relatively familiar with on the left, which shows essentially the average success rates for the entire population of accountable schools in Tennessee if we just were to use English language arts and math. I do want to thank Aaron yesterday or on Tuesday for catching a mislabeling issue that we had. I apologize for that. The counts were off, even if the distribution looked right and was effective for the conversation, but we have since fixed that. So we're looking at parallel populations in this comparison. The histogram on the right shows essentially the exact same metric. It is average success rates for the entire population of accountable schools in Tennessee, but it uses an all subjects weighted success rate. And again, we tried to reflect the conversation that we had on Tuesday and what we heard as much as humanly possible. But I do want to reiterate that this is in no way, shape, or form a made decision on the department's part. What we're trying to do here is reflect the conversation that we heard, not indicate to people what decision has been made in any way, shape, or form. There's a lot of additional analyses and due diligence that the department's going to need to do before we arrive at a decision. But the way the distribution on the right is calculated was to take ELA, math, and science at the elementary school and weight them 40, 40, 20, with science being 20%. For middle school, we essentially went 35, 35, 15, and 15 for science and social studies. And then after doing a little bit of additional analyses for high school, what is represented here was essentially allowing the proportional representation of the tests themselves to apply the weighting. So basically, we took every TCAP test that was administered for high schools, and we factored them all into the success rate calculation the same way. So there was no additional weighting to apply, but if there were simply fewer social studies tests in the pool, there would be a lighter weighting for social studies. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why we're presenting it this way. Social studies make up about 8% of all TCAP tests administered in the state. And so we just allowed that weighting to be proportional. And if we could advance one more slide, I'll speak to it just a little bit more. Another way to present the exact same information, this simple box and whisker chart is just trying to show how those two distributions essentially compare to each other in a slightly different way. I think the overarching takeaway based on our preliminary analyses is that, yes, there is a positive impact of adding additional subject areas. We see about a 1.5% increase on average in success rates across the state. But in terms of the shape of the actual distribution, it really doesn't change the way the metric performs an incredible amount. It really doesn't need to change the way that I think we've been talking about or could potentially be talking about achievement here in Tennessee. There are some more significant individual school level changes, right? This could be very meaningful for a school. And if we just look at brick and mortar schools, about the biggest delta that we observed across the state is about 10%. Some of the virtual schools and more non-traditional school types maybe have a little bit bigger deltas. But on average, this does not move the needle for us as a state, even if it is mildly impactful for schools in places. So again, I think this is incredibly helpful feedback for the department. I think there's some very actionable items for us to take and think about incorporating, but it does not change in a lot of ways some of the bigger challenges that we have about defining achievement moving forward. And that is, and again, I'm happy to take questions about that. If there's additional analyses that folks would like to see, feel free to reach out to us. I don't think there's a lot more to explore, just given all the other questions we have to get to. But again, please feel free to reach out directly and we'll provide more information as needed.
Thanks very much, David. And I want to make sure that we're seeing some of the questions that have been going on in the chat as you've been talking. I heard a question from Courtney about, are all subjects weighted equally in the second graph? There was a follow-up question about how we would tackle grade bands of schools that kind of straddle what we think about typically as elementary versus middle versus high, for example, a K through 8 school. And then a question about a comment you made about a high school. So let's see if we can go through these few questions about subjects being weighted equally in the second
You can
graph.
disregard that one, Chelsea. He answered it after I had asked it.
Very good. And then the weights across the grade bands. Anything else you want to say there, David?
Well, I would just add, and I'll talk about what we did. We have a dizzying diversity of grade band configurations here in Tennessee. It is always a challenge to try to figure out how to represent that most accurately. The rule we essentially applied here, and again, this is not the business rule that we intend to use. We're nowhere near making that decision. But what is represented here is if you had middle school grades, so if you had 6, 7, and 8, in any way, shape, or form, we treated the weighting as if you were a middle school. So we went 35, 35, 15, 15. It was just the cleanest and simplest way for us to produce something that we could share in time for this meeting, just given the amount of complexity that actually does exist with school types.
Thanks, David. There was another comment in the chat about including U.S. history in high school due to some of the kind of complications perhaps about the offering of dual enrollment and AP courses. Another member, Bob, responded to that director and said maybe that's something for the other indicators conversation, which I think is a good point there. But I'm glad we were able to show this modeling for us today. And I think to David's point, kind of that very simple and straightforward weighting of the different subjects as we've done in this modeling here is consistent with some overall vision that we have just in terms of making sure that this calculation, that this formula, the outputs of this formula is something that is really easy to understand by parents and families. Any other questions about kind of the recap of achievement before we move into our conversation about growth? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward with the recap here that you see. Average performance increases with all subjects included. School average increases are approximately 1.5%. We also heard some observations about the distribution shape for academic performance of all schools remaining the same. So wanted to make sure to share that with you all as we move forward. So let's click now over to the growth slides. Just as a quick reminder, the law and the language of the law here as it relates to what is required. Now we know that the law has required academic achievement to be included. That's what we talked about in the last meeting. Today we're focusing on that B bullet point where we talk about growth as measured by TVOS data or other measures. And then the next meeting on Monday, we will talk about other outcomes indicators of student achievement. The final meeting that we will have will really focusing on kind of bringing all of that together and weighting that out appropriately. So today's focus is on growth. We're going to hear a little bit more from David about some of the history of TVOS, some of the information. I know that's been a little bit more dense maybe for members of the public. We get a little bit more technical in the growth conversation, and we want to make sure that we're kind of thinking about this in a way that is very straightforward for parents and families. So we'll move now into that part of the conversation.
Chelsea.
Yes.
Hey, Chelsea, can I jump in real quick? This is Lizette.
Please. Yes, ma'am. Please do.
Yeah. So before we get into the discussion around TVOS, I also wanted to just, because since we were in the recap section, I wanted to go ahead and just offer a real quick brief reflection from the conversation also on Tuesday. And I just wanted to say again, I really appreciate, and I know you also appreciate how challenging this exercise is. But I wanted to share 2 guiding principles of thought as you proceed into your breakout discussion. So this will be as David is talking through TVOS and what it is, but also just as you're thinking about this, I wanted to just kind of level set a little bit on two things. First, the calculation that we're going to develop based upon your recommendations, again, depending on the recommendations, will be that it needs to be understandable and accessible to parents, caregivers, and community stakeholders. I know Chelsea has mentioned that a number of times, but I just want to make very clear to everyone that that'll be something the department is looking for as we proceed based upon the recommendations that you give to us. And then two, to that end, the achievement indicator needs to will need to reflect clearly and cleanly academic proficiency. So part of this is to really, I want to be very clear about when we're talking about academic achievement, we're talking about academic achievement. And so again, I know we're going to get a little bit more into the TVOS conversation, but I also just wanted to also say that, like, if your group wants to consider other measures for growth, like ACT, or looking at the gap closure targets, a la the AMO-esque conversations y'all were having on Monday, or subgroup performance, this is what the department will be looking for in those recommendations as they're related to growth. And so one will be a clear rationale for why XYZ needs to be included, and two, how it's going to be understandable for parents, caregivers, and their community stakeholders. So again, I probably jumped in too early, Chelsea, but I just wanted to kind of like bring that into play before David went into his conversation. So thank you.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
absolutely.
will keep discussing. Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you for jumping in, Commissioner. We're always excited to hear your input there. And we'll refresh kind of the points that you just made maybe before we go to the breakouts, just so that we can kind of have that at the fore when we go into those conversations. So David, why don't you go through your slides and we'll get ready to hear all about kind of the history of growth, understanding kind of the perspective that we want to bring to the breakout discussions.
Excellent. Thank you, Chelsea. And I promise folks, this is not going to be a TVOS primer. The intent here is really just to give people a level setting understanding of what growth has historically meant in Tennessee, just sort of recognizing that given that TVOS, we started producing school composite results in 1992, we are very acculturated to using this metric. And I think it's reasonable to assume that this is the default setting that we're now going to discuss potential adjustments and additions and modifications to. But just making sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the core logic, then when we talk about growth in this way, what that means. Every aspect of the TVOS methodology is actually intended and designed to support a relatively simple interpretation. The math underneath it can be complicated, but basically the intent and the logic of the model is to identify schools whose change in performance from one year to the next is different than the average. Being a 4 in TVOS means that we are confident that a school or a teacher, if it's a teacher composite, grew more than the average teacher in the state. Being a 5 means that we are even more certain that that teacher was not average, and in fact was higher performing, not average. And so as folks are well aware at this point, it is inherently a relative measure in that regard. Everybody is compared to the average, and the logic of the model, the entire rating system is based on the confidence that we have that that school is either above the average or below the average. Taking that just one level down in terms of the logic of the model, using a student as an example. Functionally, what happens is every child they take a test. The tests that they take in a given year put them in a particular score category in which they're compared to all the other kids who scored the exact same way that that child scored. We then look at how that child improved going into the next year. And again, we compare that child to the average amount of improvement observed for kids who scored the exact same way that they did. So just to make the concept really simple, if a child scored 220 in a given year, that child is put into a pool with all the other kids who scored 220. We then calculate the average amount of growth, and let's say the average amount of growth is 20 points. So most kids in the state got up to 220 or higher. Each individual kid is then compared to that benchmark. To what extent did they beat the average performance observed across the state for kids who looked or scored just the way that they did? Right. So in the broad strokes, that's the metric at a high level. That's the metric at an individual student level. And I want to talk through just a couple of the implementation details for how TVOS is done in Tennessee. Of course, there's a literally an entire book of business rules that go into explaining how it actually plays out, but I want to highlight a few of the key decisions that go into it. The first is all subjects are included in growth. Generally speaking, the TVOS model does a lot better the more data that you pour into it. So more data, more results, more accuracy. So all subjects are in fact included, and this is just as true for the federal system as it would be for any other version of TVOS that we are very likely to consider using or continuing to employ. A change to TVOS rules that we've actually begun computing quite recently is to apply that 50% attribution rule to the students for whom we calculate growth for the purposes of accountability. And again, that 50% rule, essentially, it's the same rule we've historically always applied to the achievement indicator. We're now also applying it to TVOS, which basically means for this purpose, we only include students that were enrolled and actively attended at least 50% of a school year. Right? We often talk about a cardinal rule of accountability is hold people accountable for the things they can control. If a child has been in your building less than a month, the extent to which that school should actually take ownership of that score is less than a child who had been there for a considerable amount of time. So we now apply that 50% attribution rule to the populations of students that feed the growth indicator. And then one more other decision point here that's gotten a lot of interest coming out of some of the disruptions that we saw with COVID is the use of single year composite scores versus multi-year composite scores. Tennessee historically has done both. We used to do essentially 3-year average composites. We are now in a place where essentially the last, I think 5 or 6 years, we've done single year composites. The core difference between these two, it's really a calibration issue. When single year composites are used, the metric becomes very reactive. If you improve a lot, you get an enormous amount of credit for that 1 year's worth of improvement. Conversely, if your scores have dropped from 1 year to the next, that single year average is very sensitive to that. A multi-year average would function very differently in that we're averaging the composite over multiple years, and it lessens the impact of any 1 year. So if you had a big growth spike in 1 year, yes, your growth measure is going to improve, but not that much. Conversely, if you had a single year precipitous drop, yeah, your growth measure is going to go down, but again, not that much. And it's really about dialing in the right balance between stability and sensitivity. And we're happy to continue this conversation, get feedback. COVID generated a lot of interest in maybe moving back to a multi-year composite indicator to try to even out TVOS results. And again, we're happy to return to this conversation with a little bit more data at some point in time down the road, but happy to take any additional thoughts about any of these key decisions that feed the TVOS model, essentially, or any other concerns or questions that come up. I'm happy to jump back in and speak to it. I'm now
I just had a quick question, David. Is that variability still true at the district and school level, or is that mainly just at the teacher level?
It's definitely true at the teacher level, or rather at the school level as well.
Okay.
It starts to even out a little bit at the district level when you get those bigger aggregations, but we saw a fair amount of swing by that schools initially flip-flopping from one end of the distribution of growth to the other. We certainly saw more of that over the last few years than we had previously, and that of course generates a lot of concern. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and actually share the school level distribution of 22-23 TVOS composites. So if you advance one more slide, this is essentially the entire distribution of all roughly 1,700 accountable schools that we have in Tennessee into the 1 to 5 composites ratings. We've also broken out the stacked bar charts by school type. So there's stacked elementary, high school, middle, in elementary, secondary. And I think what immediately leaps out here, and I want to be very clear, this is a typical implementation of TVOS, and think of that as a W distribution. There are a disproportionately high numbers of 1s, 3s, and 5s. That is exacerbated perhaps a little bit this year, given some of the changes in statewide trends that we've seen coming out of COVID. So maybe this is a little bit more extreme than what we've seen previously, but it's also very typical. Historically, we've always seen higher rates of 1s, 3s, and 5s in terms of the distribution of school composites. Now, we're also highlighting this again because one of the prompt questions that we'll need to get to, and ultimately something we need to get back to with achievement as well, is how do we map letter grades onto this? We obviously have 5 categories here, and historically there's been an intent for us to simply map A to F indicator grades onto the composites. But I think that is certainly something that we want this committee to take up and discuss the appropriateness of making that transfer of TVOS composites and letter grades. It's certainly within the scope of this conversation. So I'm happy to take any additional questions there. I know I covered an enormous amount of technical material at a very high level, and I'm happy to speak to anything else as needed.
Thanks, David. I know there are a couple of questions in the chat. There are a few questions from the comments earlier. We'll come back to those, but specifically for these slides, there is a question about conversation on, has there been any conversation on reducing the influence of magnitude as a way to get less variability across the years?
There have been some internal conversations about that. Whether magnitude is lessened or in fact even strengthened, I think is a little bit of an open question. There are other states that have used TVOS, that have worked on letter grade systems, that have considered some of those adjustments. So I definitely think, Aaron, there's a conversation to look at there. And there is, they are potentially impactful. I don't think the overall shape of distribution is going to get, there's no version of this that's a perfect bell curve. I think even if we make some of those, but there are some adjustments that could be made that even it out.
Thanks, David. There's another question from a member of the General Assembly asking if this reflects the change to percentages that the General Assembly recently passed.
It does.
Short and sweet. Love that answer. Next one is, please explain again why there is a W distribution when we see these growth scores and we're seeing kind of the distribution across 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 growth scores.
Sure. There's a couple things that are going on here, most of which are, I guess I would say baked into the math and the model, right? Not to get too far into the weeds, but the core logic of the math is comparing schools essentially where their error bands exist in relationship to the state average. And given some of the variance that is expected in the production of those error bands, we're always going to see a little bit of this change. It is exacerbated a little bit by the year-to-year change. And Bob, I think and we've had a few conversations with SAS about this, making sure that we had done our homework. SAS's opinion on this is likely that coming out of COVID and some of the COVID disruptions have increased the churn that we've seen in ways that may have exacerbated this. But in our own analyses have confirmed that this W distribution is historically what the distribution has always looked like for school composites in Tennessee.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, David. We have a couple of just comments in the chat, one about TVOS. It says TVOS, schools with high overall proficiency can see high growth. And so that's a good comment made. And then follow up on your magnitude response. To me, magnitude is more about swings, given their advantages and disadvantages to the 1 versus 3 year kind of approach. And so I just wanted to make sure that you could take note of that so we could carry that forward in other conversations. Okay, so this is going to be, I think, the conclusion of our growth slides. I want to make sure if there are other questions that have not come through in the chat, we can address those. Otherwise, we're going to move into our prompts. So I'll pause just for a moment to see if there are any other questions on TVOS, the chart that we just showed, or any other items related to measures of growth before we go into prompts. All right, hearing none, we're going to move into the prompts conversation. So these are the questions that we want you all to consider in your breakout groups today. It's very similar, I think, with how we are approaching the conversation for the following meetings. Actually, this is going to be kind of consistent format of prompts that you see today. You'll see something similar for next week when we come to other outcomes. But in terms of the growth conversation, we want to make sure, first and foremost, that we're deciding on which measure of growth should be actually included in that growth indicator. If you all will remember the language of the law, it requires growth as measured by TVOS or something else. And so our prompt here today is really, do we want to look at school-wide TVOS only or school-wide TVOS plus something additional? We've got some considerations there for you when it comes to groups of students within a schoolhouse community. So when we're thinking about the lowest performing students in a particular school, a kind of typical or traditional subgroup of students, we think about economically disadvantaged, students with disability, English learners, kind of the racial ethnic subgroups. Those are kind of the traditional options there, or some other approach. So that's the first question that we want you all to walk through together today. Then we're going to talk about question number 2. If we decided multiple measures within a growth indicator, how should those be weighted? So if we kind of look back at number 1, if we choose 1A, school-wide TVOS only, we've essentially kind of checked the box. If we look at school-wide TVOS plus other measures, how are we actually going to weight TVOS and the other measures that your group decides on? And then the third prompt for today is, how should the letter grades then be applied to that growth indicator, just in the same way that we talked about it in achievement. We will look at our approach and then determine kind of where the cutoffs essentially are for an A letter grade versus a B versus a C, and so on. So those are the prompts that we're going to go through as a group. We are going to see, similar to Tuesday, some worksheet type slides. And so you'll see this worksheet in your breakout group for the first prompt. We're going to ask you to kind of check that binary box and find some consensus, or identify where you cannot find consensus. Then we move into prompt 2, where you will fill in the chart and how you would actually go about weighting the different measures of growth that your group decides on. And finally, prompt 3, we will talk about what approach should we use in applying letter grades to the overall growth measure. You see absolute cutoffs, and you see distribution as well. So moving forward to the next slide, we are going to go ahead and go into those breakout groups. Just as a reminder, we're going to have about an hour together to discuss the 3 different prompts. We'll come back together as a group and share out at the end of this conversation. We want to try and find consensus or identify where we cannot within our breakout group. And then if you can, please try to remember to assign someone to be your sharer out at the end of the conversation. At this time, we'll push everybody into the breakout groups, and we'll see us all back here together in about an hour. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Group 1. It's great to see everybody back here. I hope you all have had a fantastic week since we last spoke on, I think it was actually just Tuesday. I'm excited to jump in today's conversation. I know that we were kind of itching to talk about growth last time we all came together. So I'm really glad that we have the opportunity to do so for about an hour today before we share out whole group. Kevin, don't worry, I will volunteer someone else this time. So you're off the hook there. I am joined, as a reminder, my name is Grace. I am joined by Victoria Robinson, our Assistant Commissioner of Communications, to facilitate today's breakout session on growth. We have a couple of prompts here to discuss. I think you'll see that these are very similar to the prompts we discussed last time, but with a perspective on growth rather than achievement. And like I said, really excited to jump into this conversation. We have had so much public comment on the growth component of the formula, the required growth component as it is outlined in the law, and what that means kind of relative to how letter grades should ultimately be calculated. So I know folks are probably itching to share their comments. This time around, I'm going to encourage folks not to raise your hand. I really want to have kind of a more casual discussion here. So please just come off mute and share your comments as you have them. And we'll be sure to address them as quickly as possible. And really really excited to hear your feedback today. So prompt 1 is where we're going to start. Prompt 1 is really which measures of growth of the growth indicator should be included. So this could be school-wide TVOS composite scores, that 1 through 5 score that you see shared on the state report card currently. But there are also multiple measures that we can include within the growth indicator. If we want to talk more specifically about subgroup growth scores, break that out by additional components, we are absolutely able to have that conversation here. So it's really how deep do we want to get into this growth indicator? And we'll start with this prompt before we move into weighting. So I'm going to take a back seat as much as possible and invite others to come off mute and share their comments and reflections so far in today's conversation and any thoughts on prompt number 1.
Grace, I'll get the ball rolling, Eddie Pruitt. And in the discussions with all of my fellow superintendents, we all understand value added. It's been a tried and true measure. And in reading all of the public comments, it was very clear that the majority of people, really almost everybody, said growth has to be a component, has to be an important component, equal to or more than achievement, just because of the ability for any school to get a good score for growth. And it impacts it measures the impact of what your teachers are doing. It doesn't measure the impact of what the parents of the kids have done up until the point of where they are. So I think value added is important. My preference would be school-wide, just the school-wide value added. However, I'm not sure on multiple measures. I would prefer AMOs to go in achievement in that, but it doesn't seem like that's the direction that that some people are wanting to go. So you could put AMOs in here, since technically AMOs do measure a growth from year to year. So I could see that going in as an either or here versus in the achievement category.
Fantastic. I want to thank you for bringing that up, Director Pruitt, because I know we had made reference to that in our Tuesday conversation as well. So glad that we have that on record for today's conversation. I went ahead and moved forward 1 slide for folks to see some of those additional measures that we were kind of talking about as they relate to the TVOS measurement. And so in addition to school-wide, here are some potentially other subgroup TVOS indicators that we could include. But anyways, just wanted to share that. And please don't let me interrupt any thoughts as you have them.
I'll jump in if that's okay. The folks I've spoken with, we're all in agreement, just like Eddie said. TVOS, we know the math in the background is very complex, but the concept's pretty easy to understand. There are a lot of resources that already exist to help folks understand that. So we pretty much everybody I talked to they were all for just doing a school-wide TVOS. We assumed all content areas, based on the conversation we had with achievement. There is a strong push to include subgroups. Now, I don't know if that means we want to have, 2 different measures and kind of average them together in some way like we've done in the past, or if you really need separate calculations. But everybody felt strongly that you should have an all and a subgroup measure for achievement and all and a subgroup for growth, because it's important to see those subgroups. I did kind of have some splits on whether or not the subgroup, maybe everybody uses the super subgroup as a single calculation, because that would be simple. I know we're not talking about displaying data on the report card, but everybody kept saying have that subgroup or that super group be the calculation, but display the individual subgroups and races and ethnicities on the report card. I know that's not what we're doing, but that was pretty much what everybody was suggesting. So there wasn't any interest in moving anything else over. It sounded like from the introduction that AMO's conversation should slide to growth. That doesn't make sense to me whatsoever, because it is an achievement measure. So I'm not sure if it's getting canned from the achievement side, if it belongs here. I think there's a desire to have it somewhere. I just don't think it's appropriate to be in this particular calculation.
I'll just jump in and echo everything that Kevin just said. We're interested in school-wide, also interested in subgroup displays, and also could, and for purpose of reporting, see a super subgroup. I hadn't thought about that, but definitely would like to see weighting for subgroups. And also, the commissioner was clear that AMOs are not an option on achievement, which is not what the consensus was of every single breakout group. But if not, I don't know if there's a way to display them here, but I do think they should be included.
Also going to jump in, and I got a lot of comments from people also saying that they felt that growth was far more important. They wanted to see that weighed more than achievement. Also had some conversations about making sure that we had the subgroups, but then had a great comment about having more. So I don't know exactly what that would look like. I need to kind of delve into what was sent to me, because it was utilizing Chicago's school quality rating policy, which I can drop a link to that in the chat if you want. But just saying that there will be more. And then when we're thinking about super subgroups, I would say too that I do think that the racial and ethnic subgroups should be kind of broken out still. I don't know if it's helpful to put everyone into one like super subgroup for that purposes, because I think that some of the specific needs are greater. So.
Could you describe what you meant by certain subgroups might have greater needs? Could you elaborate on that just a little bit, please?
Yeah, so I'm thinking in particular that you may have African American students also lumped in with Hispanic students and English language learners. And so if you have students who are English language learners, they're going to have more needs than what maybe an African American student would be. So instead of lumping them in as just like one racial kind of homogenous monolithic group, making sure that they're broken out would be helpful.
Thank you. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The people I talk to are really on the same line as this, the importance of growth, that it should be at least a 50-50 split. We know we want to move kids to proficiency, but like to do that, kids have to grow, and teachers are evaluated on growth and how they're moving kids. So that should be an important measure when we're talking about how the school is doing. And I think we talked about school-wide and subgroups being included.
I'll just hop in and say that I agree. If you understand education, growth is the basis of all learning. So without growth, there is no documented learning. And I think that it just makes sense. TVOS has been around 30 years. It's taken us 30 years to figure it out. I don't see coming up with something that we're going to have trouble explaining to parents ourselves. At least use something that we already know how to explain to stakeholders.
Go ahead, Kim.
I was just gonna say that I agree, like growth is not universal. It has clear targets, and with a, absolute cut score and proficiency, we might be proficient, but we might have dropped 10 proficiency, like from 65% to 55%, and I'm still an A because I was above that cut score. So growth sort of helps with that especially if we're going to absolute cut scores and achievement.
Yeah, I want to echo the importance of growth in TVOS specifically, and having that heavily weighted and balanced with the achievement measure. I did have one question. We definitely want to prioritize subgroups really throughout the whole calculation, and was wondering if the question here was to only have a growth specific measure for subgroups, or to have it across all, because we would want the specific student group measures weighting to be weighted across all factors of this and not just growth. Yes.
Yeah, I would go ahead, Grace. I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to answer that question. I think that is absolutely something that we're very interested in having conversations about, whether we include kind of this overall measure or subgroup measures in conjunction with that across the entire sort of letter grade formula as it comes to be, Madeline. So to answer your question about whether we're having this conversation just in the growth space, I think this conversation is something that we should be having across the board. What I want to make sure that we clarify before, and I'll get to you next, Director Pruitt, I didn't mean to interrupt, but one thing that I want to make sure we clarify before we move on from this topic is I heard a lot of conversation about subgroup performance, or excuse me, subgroup growth or super subgroup, and also racial and ethnicity group growth. And so I just want to make sure that we kind of land on something as a group that we can recommend out later today. So still be thinking about if we were to do all subgroups, if we were to do that super subgroup and break out some additional ones, which ones we'd want to break out and potentially why. I'm sorry, Director Pruitt, please go ahead.
That's okay, Grace. What I was going to say is my only fear, I think it should be in both also. It should be in achievement and it should be in value added because we want to know how those students are performing. I think the fear for me is if AMOs are taken out of achievement and you've got an absolute performance target, it's going to be very hard to score well in some of those subgroups to hit that absolute achievement target. So you're almost, depending on what percentage subgroups take out of the total part of that, then you're really putting yourself in a bind. So I would really want to make sure we knew exactly how that was going to be impacted. And I'll just say my preference is to keep the subgroups that we've had, economically disadvantaged students with disabilities and our BHN, and then we've got the super subgroup. You know, those are the ones that some schools may not have. You know, some of our schools struggle to have even some of those categories. So my fear about when Vanita about pulling them out separately, it would be very hard to have a number, so you could end up with not being able to get any data off of those students.
We agree that having economically disadvantaged students and students of color be in English language learners represented here is really important to ensure that groups that have been historically underserved are prioritized in this formula. Definitely with that N size 2 conversation, I know we're not talking about that, but Tennessee has used a higher N size of 30, and I think most states use an N size between 10 and 20. So maybe reducing that N size 2 could help with that issue of some schools having too small of a group to be represented.
Madeline, thanks for that, because I was going to say some of the same thing there on lowering the N size. I think that might help. It's just here in Memphis in particular, where our Hispanic population is roughly about 17, approaching like 17%, it is much larger. And then that doesn't even include the fact that even beyond our Hispanic and Latinx students, we also have other immigrant populations housed within our district. So their needs are completely different. And so I think that definitely would help, I think, on Director Pruitt's comment here that, it's a struggle in much smaller districts. I can see that. So maybe if we could think about how that could be fluid for schools that have a larger population, that might be more equitable.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, right now, the way it's figured is subgroups count 40% out of that total amount. And my other fear would be, I may be the only one on this one, so you feel free to disagree with me. It won't hurt my feelings any, but, you could have a school that might have one subgroup, and if you lower it to that, you might have 10 kids count 40% of that total amount. And so you've got a very small number of students that are disproportionately impacting the overall school grade. So I would, be very conscious about what percentage those subgroups counted, because I want them to count. They need to, but I don't want them to overcount and potentially have a school score, an F because of 10 students.
I agree with that comment explicitly. My system is very small. We are one school system, and we actually have this happen almost every other year where our subgroups affect the overall rating that we get when it's just one small component. So I understand that point completely. Thank you for bringing that up.
That could be the advantage of using the super group for everybody. Because then if you've got 9 here, 10 here, 11 here, it helps a little bit. And again, I think it's super duper important. That's a fancy term, super duper, but I think it's super important for you to have the information about the individual groups from an instructional perspective and programming and stuff. But for the purposes of the report card, I think you could probably be a little more generic for the general public.
I also think using those 4 categories that are the top 4, those are also what we're familiar with. That's been the metric used in the past. That bottom one, I don't even really understand that. Does anyone else understand that any better? That would explain that you would use the growth percentage from your lowest scores. Would that not probably also be a lot of your students with disabilities? And that, is that not a duplication? I'm trying to understand that because that's not familiar to me. I'm not seeing that in calculations in the past.
I know some of the diagnostic reporting on the TVOS site, you can break it up by quintiles or teachers by 3 categories. But that's not the same TVOS growth value added calculation. That's a more casual conversation mathematically. So that might be what they're talking about, but I've not really ever seen it reported in that way before.
And yep. And Missy, I'll just jump in and say that it hasn't been reported this way before. I think this was just a kind of a suggestion if we were thinking about additional subgroups, if we didn't want to break them out in the way that they had previously been broken out before, would we want to then supplement that subgroup with looking at the lowest, 20% in terms of academic performance and applying their growth somehow into the calculation. So I think it was here purely for suggestion, but is not something that is currently reported on by the department.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for this feedback. I think we've got a great start here. I think we're all pretty much in consensus that it's equally important to report on school-wide TVOS as well as subgroup TVOS. I think where we're kind of going back and forth a little bit is whether we're going to include all subgroups as they exist now, whether we're going to supplement due to that low N size requirement with a super subgroup. So I want us to keep thinking about that as we move forward, because the next prompt, and Victoria, if you could just jump to the next slide, I think the next prompt is about the weights. So if we were to apply weighting to an overall school-wide TVOS indicator score, and then also apply weights broken out by specific subgroups, an overall weight just for that subgroup reporting measure, what would be a fair way, I think, to distribute these weights that also kind of gets to the heart of some of the differing needs across different communities that we talked about when we were thinking about that N size component in particular, which I think is a very valid conversation here.
Would we consider the subgroup TVOS stuff to be part of the school-wide TVOS? We talked about the 60-40 that we used before, so would that be a single measure, or would we need to separate that out?
I think that's open for discussion, Kevin. So I think if that's something that this group would prefer to see separated out or continue on in the existing method, open to conversation there.
That's okay. I mean, I think I would just say 60 for school-wide all students and 40 for school-wide subgroups, however we decide to do subgroups. And again, that I'm a little biased because I'm so used to the previous model, and that's what's worked well. I remember originally we tried to do 50-50, and there was a lot of conversations that, well, we're counting those kids twice. If you think about it, they're in the all group and they're in the subgroups. So that's why it was lower just a little bit. But the 60-40 seems to be reasonable that we've used in the past. If you need to separate it out, if you want to keep it all together, then that's fine too.
Yeah, I would recommend the 100%, value added, and then figure up what we feel like the subgroups should count. And a lot of that's going, and to be honest, is dependent upon, to me, what happens in the achievement category, like what percentage that's kind of, if they have to be the same, or could it be different here versus in achievement?
I agree. It doesn't seem like it's an additional measure, you know, it's the same measure. It's just we're giving subgroups a weight within that measure.
From a parent's perspective, and I'm just asking, is it easier to understand? You know, because used to, when we had letter grades way back in the day, we had a letter grade for achievement and we had a letter grade for growth. You know, you could be an AA or you could be an AF or an FA or whatever. So is it easier for a parent to understand, here is your value added, you know, school-wide measure, here is your subgroup measure? Is it easier for them to see it that way? And so that they, you know, it doesn't roll into one whole number. It's shown separately, so it's easier for them to see that. That's just a question for the group.
I felt like that was easier back when we used to do that myself. I mean, that's a personal statement, but I felt like that was easier.
I'll say I think it would be easier to split it out that way. I mean, parents are fairly familiar with the school-wide TVOS right now, right? So if you muddy that a little bit by including those additional measures in that TVOS, then it's going to take explanation for them to understand the score. But if you break it out and say, okay, here's the score that you've already seen, a lot of schools know what their TVOS score is, or a lot of parents, sorry. I mean, because we put it out, right? For some school systems, push it. So having that broken out with a score that they're already familiar with, they already know, and then the additional measure does make it really simple to understand, I think.
So the idea here then is the additional measure is a grade for subgroup growth, is what we're talking about, right? Like a super subgroup of those 4 groups. Is that what we're saying here?
Or a percentage of subgroup growth in addition to whatever the school-wide calculation is that kind of rolls up into your overall letter grade for growth.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, but to have them separate, Grace, you could have your school-wide be 60 and your additional measure. Oh, sorry, I'm in a room and my light went out. I've got to move around, so I'll get back to it. But your additional measure could be 40%.
Got it. I'm seeing a lot of head nods on the screen, so I'm thinking we're getting close to a group consensus here. I want to ask, you know, for that 40%, is there certain weights we want to apply to certain subgroups, or is that going to just be all subgroups roll into that 40% equally?
I favor doing the all together personally.
Mm-hmm.
I can go either way, but that's what I feel like would be easiest for parents in the community to understand.
Right now, each subgroup counts 10%. Is that correct?
It depends. The way it works is they count 40, but they're prorated depending on if the school has enough kiddos to count. So a lot of times we'll have a school that doesn't, you know, out of the 4 groups, they may only qualify for 1. So that one subgroup counts the whole 40%. If I only got 2, they count the whole 40%, so they're 20 apiece. So it really very well, I don't know if this is true, but we have very few schools where they have all 4 subgroups. So each one of them wouldn't count 10. They usually count a greater weight.
Okay. We have a lot that do count 10. And then we talk about, like, we have kids whose scores count like 5 times because they fall into all 4 subgroups and the 5th. So if we're saying 40%, it would take a kid that maybe fell in one subgroup from counting an extra 10% to 40%. Is that right?
Do you mean if you did a super group?
Mm-hmm.
Every single kid would count once, and as part of that 40%. The way it would work now, like you mentioned, if they're in 3 different groups, they would count all 3 times, and those 3 groups get averaged in together for the 40%. So they do get counted several times in that methodology.
Yeah, and to be I'm used to the 60-40 and I'm good with it. However, because of in rural West Tennessee, we have a lot of schools that only end up having one of those subgroups, and now you've got, potentially, 30 kids that are impacting, in a school of 200, that counts for 40% of that category. So, I would be okay if the subgroup was a little lower, but again, I'm not beholden to that.
All right, folks. Well, we can certainly circle back to this weights conversation. I appreciate everyone's input here. I will say, if you watched last week's recording, I think we are a group that tends to come to a consensus pretty quickly. So I appreciate you all in that space, or very close to a consensus. And I just wanted to shout you all out because I did notice that when reviewing some other conversations. So special shout out for group 1. We're going to go ahead and move to prompt 3 because I think we were trending towards this topic anyway. So now that we talked a little bit about a potential 60-40 split with school-wide TVOS, a subgroup TVOS, I want to talk a little bit about applying letter grades to growth specifically. This was when we talked on Tuesday about kind of that absolute versus distribution method for achievement. I want us to think really critically about how we're going to assign a letter grade based on a growth score, and what would make the most sense here. I know we also talked about whether or not we'd be sharing that kind of indicator grade as we have thought about in the past. And so want to open the floor to just talking about how letter grades are going to, and Victoria, if you go back one slide, because this is the next topic. Just to talk about how letter grades are going to apply kind of directly to that growth indicator score overall.
Well, Grace, it already works out, with value added, A, B, C, D, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty, it makes sense to me.
I
agree, but we have to remember that if we do an average, if we're doing weights, we're going to get decimals. And so, you might get like a 3.3 or a 2.8. So while those numbers make sense, you may have to have some consideration if we're going to do a weight system versus something else. And there's one that exists. It's pretty simple, but I don't know if anybody wants to do that differently or not.
Kevin, are you referring to the one that we currently use or that we used?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I agree with you. I think that's one that we're already familiar with. I agree.
Yeah, I'll agree, Kevin. That's easy. It's what we're used to.
Well, boom, prompt 3, we're done. Put those numbers down.
Well, there you go. All right, so it seems like we reached a pretty unanimous group consensus here on applying the same method, I think, that is outlined in our current accountability protocol for letter grades as they relate to those TVOS overall indicator scores. Great. All right, then. Well, I'm going to move us on to, it's called prompt 3, but it's not exactly prompt 3. One of the things in reviewing our conversation from Tuesday that we noticed was that we didn't quite yet reach a group consensus on prompt 3 from Tuesday. So we're going to shift gears a little bit here just to talk about achievement again. I think folks are pretty strongly in agreement for the most part when it comes to growth. Achievement is where we've been seeing some differences of opinion. So wanted to bring this back up. I think our group was pretty unanimous in wanting that absolute cutoff approach to applying letter grades to achievement. I'm seeing some head nods there. But one of the things that we didn't quite land on is what those cutoff or score ranges should be. And I did want to open the floor to some conversation. I know some of you on this call actually did submit some public comment after Tuesday's meeting with some suggestions there. I'd love for you to share that out with the group. But if we could land on some potential score ranges based on, this year's data, prior year data, or where we think we could best land, I think being able to provide some of those numbers whole group is going to be really helpful for closing out that achievement conversation as best we can this week. So I know this is a shift in gears. I apologize.
Well, Grace, I'm happy to jump in because I was kind of curious about this, and I'm kind of a spreadsheet nerd, so I started playing with spreadsheets. So on my fall break to see where I could come up. Just so everybody knows that the history of the absolute cuts in the past were basically state quintiles for some baseline year. I'm not positive what year it was. It was only for ELA and math, and those numbers just kind of became fixed targets. I think there was some idea that they may adjust those targets from year to year or every so often to readjust, but that was the genesis for it. I went back and looked at last year's, actually it was 2022's success rates using, based on our conversation earlier this week, ELA, math, science, and grades 6 and up, and then social studies. I took out the science and the elementary grades and tried to come up with, on the rules or on the data that I had, quintiles based on that, and trying to find a number that was close. A lot of times they would come out to be like, 46.27 or something. That's just strange. So if going on that, I had cuts at 46, 36, 27, and 17. That's where the quintiles were when I put all those together. And I sent an email to the state folks to see if maybe they could run something similar to that using more recent data and the non-suppressed data. But we also had, not that long to kind of calculate that. But so they may have a better suggestion if they want to kind of keep that same philosophy for the absolute cuts. I'll be honest with you, 46 seems awful low, but when you start talking about subgroups and stuff like that, like I know for us, some of our special ed pops, they're barely in the double digits. So 46 is not outrageous for subgroups when you consider those. So anyway, 46, 36, 27, 17. They're not cute numbers, but they're not hideous decimals either. So I think parents could probably understand those.
Yeah, and to bounce off that, Kevin, that's similar to, where it is now, or, with the accountability system. And if you add in, if we're doing science and social studies, I think they said 1.5%. So right now the A is 45 or higher. B is 35 to 44.9. C is 27.5 to 34.9. D is 20 to 27.4, and F is less than 20. So, it's very similar to that, the way it's set up. Increasing it a little bit since we are adding potentially science and social studies, I think would be appropriate.
Kevin, do you mind putting those in the chat? Because as I mentioned, the other day, like we were always confused about how you got to those numbers, but it seems like yours feel more equal in the distribution instead of being like, the difference between an A and a B is like 4 points or something. Thank you.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not that far off from the concept of the distribution, but at least you got a chance to be in bands versus being at a certain percentile. So.
Kevin, can you say again, where did these numbers come from? Like, how did they pick 46 to be an A?
Very casually, but I went to the state's data downloads and I went to the schools. I used their accountability measures because they do, even though it says accountability, they actually have scores for all the content areas. And so what I tried to do is the ones that weren't suppressed, I came up with a success rate, like an overall score kind of like how we do now. But I included all those grades and just ranked them and tried to find the top 20%, the next 20%. There are some schools that weren't included because they were suppressed. And again, this was 2022 data because we don't have the 2023 available publicly. But that's where it came from. And it did seem a little lower than, excuse me, it seemed a little lower than 2019. I don't know if that's a conversation worth considering, because 2019 was the last normal year, I think, before the COVID stuff. And so that might need to be the target. So we might want to just start where we are and maybe make adjustments in the future. I'm not a big fan of changing them every year because it's nice to know what the target is. But coming back every so often and readjusting, I think is kind of cool.
What was the average last year? The average score?
Ooh, I don't know. Let me see if I still have the file and I'll try to figure it out.
For the state, let's see, it was 38.1 for the state for ELA. I can't remember. I don't know what it was in math, science, or social studies.
Very similar in math. Hold on, I'm pulling that up for us right now. For 2022, is that your question, Kim?
Yes, I guess, or 23. Do we have that? For last year?
Can give you statewide numbers for 23.
The average success rate, the way I calculated the table there, the average was 33.7.
I have 23 numbers, but I didn't think it was public yet. Is that correct, Grace?
School level numbers are not yet public. We did share district and state level figures publicly already. School level, I think we're undergoing accountability appeals, and then will be published when we publish report card data later this fall.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was using the school file. That's why I was using 2022 because of that.
Gotcha.
For ELA, it was 38.1 was the state. For math, it was 33.8.
Yeah, and originally I had toyed around with the idea of using the state average as kind of your C and then kind of build off from there. But the only problem with that is you're not knowing what your goal is until after the results are in. So I don't like the idea of that. And as a school person, you would want to know what your goal is before you start the year. So
I agree. And that's a comment that I hear a lot. I want to know what the goal is. We can't constantly be shifting around. I do agree with what Kevin says. We're still in a weird time post-COVID, and that may be a factor, but I do think it needs to be something set, like Eddie said, that you can set goals based on and you know what you're dealing with before you give the test, not after.
Same. I got the exact same comment as well. Just we want to know ahead of time because it feels really kind of unfair. It's like your teacher giving you an exam, but then tells you the grades after the fact, so you don't even know where you are. So yeah, definitely.
So Grace, close your ears. It's almost like changing the letter grade system after the fact on this year's data. Sorry, I had to do that.
But I think that if we went, so I'm just going to share what I heard from people in my area. So doing it based off of the previous year's state averages, which was released in July this year, so we would have it before the school year, instead of just picking like an arbitrary number to put in those ranges. They suggested if you score at least the state average, you would be a B. And then if you were 5 or more points above the previous year's average, an A. C would be the biggest band. If you were 1 to 10 below the state average, it would be a C. More than 11, a D, and then F should be reserved for only the most at-risk schools. And then if the state's average goes up, the expectation would go up.
So how many schools this year how many schools would have gotten an F this year based on this range? How many schools were less than 20 in Tennessee? I'm just curious if we would know that.
Do you mean with the existing model or
Uh-huh,
the one I was
uh-huh.
kind of toying with?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't know. It was, I'm looking at the 2022 ones, and it's a little different because they use only ELA and math in that model.
Right.
But it was right around 22%.
22% of schools get an F?
Based on those cuts. Yes, ma'am.
Don't we feel like that's a little extreme?
Yeah,
It's just
I
me.
do. That's why the cut I had went to 17 instead of 20.
Right. I appreciate that.
And I'm sure part of that is still residual from pandemic because the cuts
Sure.
that we use in the current model was set in, I think, is either 18 or 19. I can't remember.
So I think I'm hearing some consensus on setting these ranges based on existing data as it is presented. I think one of the questions that I heard that we haven't quite yet addressed is one of the ones Kevin posed at the beginning. Do we want it to be something that changes every year with every testing administration, or do we want it to be something that is set for a particular, longer than 1 year time period so that we're not constantly moving the target around? I think that's an interesting question. Do we want it to be based on prior year data? Do we want it to be even more 1 year lagged further? I think these are things worth diving into in our remaining minutes here as well.
So I'm thinking this is like my parent hat too here, right? I'm thinking I would appreciate it if it were a couple of years, simply because we do know that we're trying to get back to normal from the pandemic. So before this meeting, I took a look at my daughter's test scores. She's in, 7th grade now. And so 4th grade year, like, she didn't meet expectations. And you have to meet my daughter to know, like, oh my God, she is beyond brilliant, right? But so now she is getting there, right? And so I think it would be very helpful for teachers, parents, school district, just in general, that if we would think about taking this, knowing what we're coming out of, and giving people a little bit more grace to say, maybe we look at it over a 3-year course, because we know how long it's taken to get kids up to speed, and then going from there. And maybe, we get a few more years out and then we can readjust that way. That's just what I'm thinking, because that's just how I'm feeling as a parent right now.
Vanita, I'll agree with you. I think, currently, like with value added, we have the 3-year measures for teachers for evaluations. A 3-year measure makes sense to me. If you're a new principal coming in, you want to have 3 years to, to make a difference. And so I think 3 years sounds good to me.
That would
Except-
also, sorry.
I'm
go ahead.
sorry,
No, go
except
ahead.
if you're doing that state average, then you're going to be doing it every year. That's the only downside of that, is it's an every year thing.
If you did use the 3-year thing, that would get us back into a more level playing field with kids who did not have COVID interruptions. I think 2nd grade is where that group is that came in as kindergartners in a more normal setting without all of the interruptions that we experienced.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of head nodding, which is great. I think that's definitely something that we can share, whole group, using that kind of that 3-year cycle on assigning those ranges based on actual data that we're seeing statewide. I did want to touch on Kevin's question before we elect a group leader to share out. If you are feeling inclined, start warming up your hand so that you can raise it when I ask at the last minute. But Kevin did bring up a good question, and I do want to touch on it really quickly because I know it was a question posed to the whole group too. On growth, sticking with that 1-year measure or switching to 3-year? Director Pruitt mentioned there's pros and cons to each. We kind of discussed that a little bit with David Laird prior to coming to our group, but I want to give us about 2 minutes here to share out about that. If anyone has any strong thoughts that they'd like to share while we are being recorded.
I'll jump in just real quick. 3-year obviously makes more sense when you're talking about long-term stuff, but I sort of feel like if achievement's only going to be a 1-year calculation, that we probably ought to be consistent with the growth side of it. I'd much rather achievement be a 3-year calculation, but we know that's not going to happen. So that's just my preference. I could see it going either way, but a 3-year cycle, there's so much that changes that it might be a little bit more difficult for the schools or for the parents really to follow up with.
Yeah, I could get on board with that. Like I said, I could talk one way or the other. It depends on who I'm talking to, on which direction to go. But it does make sense with a 1 year and 1 year. But you just have issues with that you're going to deal with.
All right, well, thank you all for sharing your thoughts there. Please feel free to interrupt me if any more come to mind in our last minute and a half. With that being said, would anyone like to nominate someone to share out today's conversation? Whole group, I think I'm excited for our share out because I think our group made some really key decision points here. Victoria and our messaging on the side, we have some folks that we would nominate based on, level of participation. And so, Missy, Director Pruitt, Vanita, if anyone wants to come off mute and share whole group, we would certainly appreciate it.
I nominate Director Pruitt. I just feel like he's more eloquent in explaining things than I definitely am. So I think it would make more sense to the whole group if he did it.
Well, I'll disagree with you, but I'll do it. But I will disagree with you wholeheartedly. I should have stuttered a little bit. That way, maybe it would have knocked me out of it.
Just remember, we're room 1.
That's right. Group 1, we go first.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Well, fantastic. And I have a feeling you might have known you were going to get nominated, Director Pruitt, because you did jump on the front end on Tuesday saying that you wouldn't be available.
I'll be nice and take the pressure off of people for the next meeting, and I'll share out then.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's great. I will say
we have that on record.
I watched a few of the other groups because I missed the last part of it, and I will say I'm very pleased with the collaborative approach of our group. We do a good job.
Same. I watched those last night when I could not sleep. So today I was a little nervous, hoping that we were all in the same group again. So I was very relieved.
I agree. Group 1. There's a reason we're number 1, I would say.
Hello.
Hope everybody is doing well. Just giving a few more folks a second to jump in here. I'm going to go ahead and get my share screen up. And I apologize, guys. I'm pausing for a second only because I think we were supposed to have the exact same group last time, and I'm not seeing all the same people, even though I know many of them are in this group. So I'm tempted to pause for a second and just see if they're a little slow to get into the breakout session. Oh, I apologize. That is the old deck. Hang on just one second. Krista, I have too many PowerPoint decks open. Do you have it available? Just 1 second, guys. My apologies. Uh, Krista, my PowerPoint is just completely frozen. Are you able to load it, the deck, to share? Can you guys hear me okay? I apologize. My computer's struggling, so you're hearing me. Give me just 1 second. I certainly know these prompts by heart, so we aren't going to belabor this for more than a moment. I'm sure I'm more than happy just to talk this through. So this will do it. Okay. So the progression of the conversation is intended to an extent to mirror, to some extent, what we were doing last time. And so if we think about sort of the overview of the prompts for this meeting, we are looking at what metrics should be included in the growth bucket. How should those metrics be weighted? This is still the wrong prompt. Thank you, Rican. So what measures to include in growth? Is it TVOS only? Is it TVOS plus other measures? Are there other forms of growth to incorporate? Are there essentially sub-versions of TVOS that should be included or emphasized in some way, shape, or form? Are there other measures to include? Following that discussion, once we've identified what other measures should be considered, what is the weighting of those measures in the production of a growth composite or a growth metric? And then lastly, how do we think about translating that distribution of growth performance to the letter grade system? So if we were going to create an indicator score or an indicator letter grade for growth, how do we map that out? So the first question is, what metrics should be included or need to be included for consideration in the production of essentially the growth bucket in the letter grade calculation?
David, can I ask one question before
Please.
we dive into that? When you mentioned in your presentation that the calculation shifted from a 3-year to a single year, but that the department is open to considering a shift back, is that something that would also be relevant to discuss today, or is that something for a different conversation at another time?
We would be more than happy to take feedback on that. Unfortunately, just looking at that, I am of the professional opinion there really isn't a compelling answer one way or the other. There's a trade-off And it basically, if you're talking to the educators, if their school grew that year, they want a 1-year measure. And if their school did worse that year, they want a 3-year measure. And it really just kind of depends on what happened to them last. That generally tends to dictate whether or not it helps them or it hurts them. COVID really was the exception, right? COVID shifted the entire distribution of improvement for different communities across the state in ways that caused TVOS to bounce around a bit. And so that generated a lot of interest in returning to this question. The department is very happy to take feedback on that. It's really just a question of finding the best balance between those two, and it's very hard to do.
David, just to add, I think like I think part of the reason why 1 year versus 3 year has even ever been a conversation at all has to do with the issue of magnitude and the fact that if you have enough certainty, meaning you have enough data, that more likely than not, you're going to be at the tails. And so that you go from 5 to 1 and 5 to 1 and 5 to 1 and 5 to 1, like sort of again and again. And that doesn't make logical sense to folks, I think. And so I think that if you solve that question, then
Yep.
1 year versus 3 years doesn't really matter. The 1 year versus 3 year was about trying to get something that felt more, I mean, just from a historical perspective, that the whole, I don't remember that being about anything other than swings. And so to the extent that swings get solved in some way, I think you're right. It's not necessarily a one or the other kind of thing. I mean, such that like someone didn't just swing from a 1 to a 5, which can also happen, but like it happens more frequently at the tails, right?
Well, and if we're talking about two ends of the distribution and folks are ping-ponging back and forth and no one in the community is observing anything having changed, that's only going to erode confidence in the metric, right? Like, so we completely understand and want to try to limit that. So no, we're more than happy to entertain that conversation or other solutions potentially associated with it as well. And we've been chatting with SAS about that all summer long. So there are definitely some options there for us.
Okay, thank you.
The only other thing that I would throw in there, because some folks may not be aware of it, in our existing engagement with SAS, we got a whole bunch of additional data from them as well. So not only do we produce composites for teachers, we produce composites for schools, we can produce composites for all accountable subgroups. So we can compare the performance of individual groups of students, their growth. We also produce composites for a lowest percentage of academic, for a group of students in the lowest academic performance levels. So historically, we've had a TVOS composite produced for students that were scoring in the bottom 25% of that school's distribution. And we heard some people bring that up as an option when we were talking about achievement yesterday. We're bringing that back up here as a growth measure, and we do that now, right? That's available data that we could be providing. To what extent are you growing your lowest performing kids every year is an additional metric for consideration. Maybe it's emphasized, maybe it's incorporated in one way or the other, but there's a lot of, even if we just stay within the domain of TVOS, there's a lot of additional data that could potentially be brought to bear that isn't historical. Erin, please.
I guess I want to raise what I think is probably more of a philosophical question than anything. What I heard said both by the commissioner and I've heard other folks say it is that that with achievement, we need to keep it very straightforward and clear. So therefore, we'll only have achievement and it will only be sort of straight achievement. And I guess I question why have anything other than school-wide TVOS in this category, right? Like, if the philosophy is let's keep it all very clean, then just keep it all very clean. I mean, that would not be what I would advocate for. I would actually advocate for doing some of these measures of growth, lowest achieving students moving, subgroup movement, etc., in the achievement bucket rather than in the growth bucket. And I would keep the growth bucket pretty cleanly TVOS, because TVOS growth and proficiency growth are two completely different measures. So that's sort of my take on it.
Corby, please.
So, David, we're one of those districts that tend to swing. You know, we have the ones one year, we have the five the next. And I think as long as we do this on a relative, comparative basis, we're going to continue to do that, because on the years where five, we're doing really well, we're compared with, group A of students over here. And then next year, we're going to be compared with a whole different group of students. And so that relative measure is part of, I think, why we see that swing, because not a lot changes necessarily within the community. Our students still do well, they still perform and they make growth, but using the TVAS measure, that again lends to that swing. So I'm wondering here if this is an area we can talk about, those other measures. Can we use our screener data? Can we use, whether that's Dibbles, iReady, MAP, whatever, if the state or the district, we all have those tests, those screeners. So can we use those as part of the growth measure rather than TVAS only? And then we're comparing the students, that particular student's growth over the year. It's not a relative measure anymore. It's, did this student grow? Did this student make gains?
So gosh, there's a lot to unpack there. But yeah, like that's all very important feedback for us to process. And I think everything that you said is something that should be considered. There are things there that give me pause a little bit as just a member of the steering committee. Making this, one of the challenges that we have operationally is we have 7 different screening assessments at play in Tennessee, and trying to use those for high stakes purposes and ensure equal interpretation across all 7. There's a threat there that somebody might not be treated equally and fairly. People have done work in other states that are in a similar circumstance to try to figure out how to do that. But to me, that is an open question as to whether or not that's even possible. But it's absolutely something the department could explore. I think the other thing we'd have to think about there a little bit is continuing to make those higher and higher stakes assessments. Are we going to lose something if those suddenly become really high stakes assessments? Because they're intended just to provide information to teachers and help them teach better. But as soon as you start putting consequences on stuff, people react differently. And so I would just be worried that we might lose something if people start taking those so seriously that they get shifted for a different purpose.
So, and I understand that, David. So maybe then we can talk about keeping the same group of students, whatever that is, that the group we're measured against the year we're a 1, let's measure against that group and see if we show growth, not changing group next year. The year that we're a 5, let's measure against that same group of students next year.
Chairman Zwicky, did you want to jump in there? I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I did. I did. Thank you. And on one of the problems that we had with the universal screeners when we did the revision to the retention bill was with the different screeners is trying to level an unlevel playing field. And that was the problem we kept running into. And that's why we just decided is, hey, if we're going to use something as an additional measure to show growth or proficiency, then we had to let everybody use the same one. And we also had to level the playing field to basically say we have to administer it as a test. So now we're introducing to create a level playing field. Now we're creating another high stakes test to try to keep the information, I guess, coherent across all schools. And so one of the things that we run into is this, and I hear what you're saying. We have this debate all the time in the General Assembly because you're dealing with different rural, urban, suburban classrooms, affluent, title schools, et cetera, you're getting a wide stroke of students there that, depending on what your student population is, could skew your numbers one way or the other. It could be very easy for a school to show high growth at the title school with kids that are multiple grade levels behind, where it could be more difficult for an affluent school district. And so this is the big problem. Aside from proficiency, that's just a data point. The TVAS and the other measures, you get kind of wonky is how do you level an unlevel playing field? So, there you go.
Right, and Chairman Zwicky, I would even add it gets Tennessee is really a unique case. Like, even if you say, okay, we're going to compare our economically disadvantaged students to each other. Well, those students in a rural area look very different than those students in an urban area. And so we can say, oh, we're comparing our economically disadvantaged kids to each other, but it's still not an apples to apples comparison, even if we're using income data. Like, the diversity of communities that we have in Tennessee is amazing.
And then the other thing, but here's the problem we all face, right? How do we get a student that is economically disadvantaged and in a challenging situation, that the student shows tremendous growth in a year? How do we not just gloss over them with a macro evaluation tool? So this is the big debate that we have: is it just TVOS, or is it TVOS plus additional measures to be able to catch those other subgroups up and show their growth? They're not going to be proficient, but their growth is moving them towards a goal we all want.
But just to provide an example, and again, I always want to be careful because I don't want to be perceived as advocating for something. Matter of fact, I would even personally have a few concerns of it. But to illustrate the point, when Florida was constructing their growth indicator, their underlying metric is organized a little bit differently than ours, but it's used in the same way, right? They have a very simple accountability system, or they had at one point. It was achievement and it was growth. But then they basically applied a rule where they said, okay, we're gonna reconcile achievement and growth, but if the extent to which you aren't growing, if you don't grow your lowest performing kids above a certain threshold, there's no way you can get an A. So even if your absolute performance is incredibly high, but you're not moving your kids in the bottom third or the bottom 25% or the bottom 20%, you don't get to be an A. You've got to move all your kids, including your lowest performing kids. And Aaron, I think you were concerned about the bubble kids, and that was certainly something that resonated with me my entire career. I've seen districts really hurt themselves by just trying to focus the kids close to proficiency, and we don't want to incentivize that. So there's ways to get at that.
But I just would think, like, if you're going for something also, like, if part of the point is about sort of simplicity and the ability for folks to understand it, then whatever you're doing, then you either sort of have multiple things in both sets of, right? Because to have both TVOS and another measure of growth together, I don't know, to me feels confusing because they might be measuring different things. But I can see having a TVOS overall school-wide measure and a TVOS low performing students measure, like, in the same growth bucket. But if you're going to do that, then I would think you'd have to have something in the achievement bucket to sort of balance that out, such that it's not just that you're looking at overall achievement, but that you might be looking at the movement of, like, they're just, otherwise you're not, I don't think you're actually, it's not balanced.
May I jump in for a second, just building on what Aaron was saying, and just a question really for you, David, and the group. I appreciate what you're saying about keeping achievement and growth clean, but also wanting to reflect some of those other subgroups. Would it be possible to consider some of these subgroups, like growth of lowest performing students, as one of the additional measures that we talk about in a future meeting? So we keep achievement clean, we keep TVOS clean, but then we have this other way to highlight some of these subgroup populations.
Absolutely. That could certainly be considered in the other measures bucket. And we've also got another session where we just figure out how all these things play together. So to Aaron's point about, well, do we want to have kind of a parallel structure where there's two versions of growth and two versions of achievement? I think that's going to be a bit of a challenging sell, but I think the other piece of it is we also don't know how achievement and growth are going to relate to each other, right? Like, the relative size of those pie pieces also completely changes that conversation. So there's no assumption that I'm aware of in any part that it's got to be 50-50. So, like, there's still two move us down a path towards making some decisions and getting something out the door in November. We're trying to think of these sort of in discrete buckets so that we can do as much work as we can as fast as we can. But at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to how these things roll up and relate to each other, right? The output is going to be based on the fit between the pieces, not even any one individual piece.
So, David, I think what I'm hearing from the group, and I certainly agree with the points here, looking at this first prompt, everyone seems to be leaning towards school-wide TVOS is kind of to keep it clean, just so that we're comparing apples to apples. So I'm going to go back to, I guess, really my only issue here is, can we find a way then that we show growth of groups, my group of students, the students in bucket A, we show their growth next year, the same students, rather than that comparative number. And I think that would take care of some of the swinging back and forth. You know, if my students can grow from where they were at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, or from TVOS in 5th grade to TVOS 6th grade, I show growth within that group of students. I think that would be a fair measure, and not have that relative comparative model, but just compare my group of students to my students next year. And did we show growth? Does that kind of make sense?
Well, I'll say this, the intent of the model is to compare your kids in a given year to kids who scored the exact same way in the rest of the state. Right? Each kid at your school is compared to all the other kids that scored in the exact same place. Right? Like that. And again, there's swings and there's a lot of reasons why kind of baked in that there's swing, but the general intent of how it's supposed to play out is each kid is only ever compared to the kids who scored the way they did. And you're assessed against the extent to which they grew as much as all the other kids who started in the same place. Now, when other parts of the state are performing very differently than they ever have in the past, that is going to change how your school looks without your school doing anything different. But it has more to do with different communities suddenly creating a different experience that's causing, in some cases, we saw some folks advantaged by it and other folks were disadvantaged by it. But as a general rule, TVOS only ever compares an individual kid to all the other kids who scored at the same place in the same time.
And I understand the intent, David, and that makes sense. It's just that when you're on the high growth end, a lot of times, and you're moving your comparison group, now you're bringing in different socioeconomic backgrounds, different factors. You're bringing in lots of things that you weren't compared against the year before. And I think that's some of the struggle here. And it's what makes it hard for us to explain. It's hard to explain to our community why one year we're a 1 and 1 year we're a 5.
100%.
And we do really well. So, and I think we're looking for some simplicity, and you know, really what the parents and the community care about is at the end of the day is what the letter grade is. Is my kid going to a school that's an A or a B? Is my kid going to a school that's a D or an F? And if they're in an F school, I want to be a school. You know, we're trying to find simplicity and find a consistent measure for all of the schools so that we're telling an honest, fair story to parents.
And so I've made a note, and unfortunately I should have asked for somebody to be our reporter. I apologize, I didn't do that at the beginning. Is there a person that'd be willing to volunteer to kind of share out the conversation that we've had, and we'll help you summarize it. Rika's got some notes that we can look at to help you organize it. But do we have a volunteer for that purpose? Margaret, did you raise your hand for that?
I did. I can do that. As long
Awesome.
as you help me, I can do that.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it. But I think, you know, so we just try to summarize where we are, and I appreciate you, Corby, help me try to do that. The simplicity of straight TVOS adds value. I think I've heard that generally speaking across the group, like, and we know based on the commissioner's remarks here, trying to keep this more simple and interpretable has value. That is something we are trying to accomplish in all of this. And so doing that helps, but I think we've also heard very clearly that there are concerns about the swing and TVOS scores, and that we need improvements in that space in some way, shape, or form. And that the department needs to try to do some work to see, are there any methodological adjustments that we can make that can try to even out or smooth out that swing.
Yeah, and I guess one thing I would just add is, like, if the instruction, which I heard the commissioner say, essentially is achievement's not going to have more than just straight achievement, then I don't, then TVOS should just be sort of straight TVOS, and then we figure out other factors somewhere else. Otherwise, we could try and do more in this category, but, I don't know, I guess, have some consistency across if that's going to be the case. Otherwise, there are things that are being discussed as growth that I think we commonly refer to in this state, TVOS, as growth, and like other things that we have described that have been described as growth here are generally things we describe as achievement growth, not TVOS growth, because of the way those things are measured differently.
Yep. But I think you were getting at the point, Aaron, about essentially maybe it's better to call it a progress indicator, right? Like the AMOs are a progress indicator. Are you advancing year to year in proficiency, right? Growth to proficiency is a whole different metric than growth when we think of it as quote unquote growth. And so I think it's
value added. I mean, I think you said this in the last meeting, right? If the part of the question is, what is the school adding to the experience of the child? Proficiency is not measuring that.
No.
Value added growth, as we measure it from a TVOS perspective, does measure that. Proficiency growth or movement of students along a scale score or any number of things, or movement of low performing kids, whatever it is, that is measuring the impact of the school, right? Yep. You'd have to measure proficiency over a number of years to be able to get to what is the school added. So anyway.
Yep. Well, and so I think this group is really, I think you have a very good handle on how this conversation progresses, right? There's a bunch of things that theoretically sit in this growth bucket that may ultimately make more sense as an additional indicator, right? If we are trying to pursue simplicity and clean metrics, it may make more sense to add it as an other metric than to create some sort of composite growth measure. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use composites because we always call our growth measures composites, but some kind of Frankenstein's monster approach to growth where it's pieces, parts of a bunch of different metrics, whether it's a best of option or it's a compound measure. But that doesn't mean it might not be worthwhile trying to enumerate some of those ways to assess progress, that maybe it's better as another measure than it is for growth, but I'm happy to entertain any feedback that you guys have about those other measures. So we heard screening assessment data. And Kirby, I just want to circle back to that. Like the department's, the state's sole priority over the last 5 years have been to improve early grade literacy. They're having an accountability system that incentivizes the things that we said were most important makes a ton of sense to me. So I really love the idea of trying to figure out how we can recognize that and reward that in the letter grade system. That makes a ton of sense to me. I just don't want to diminish an indicator that's actually useful information for people while they're teaching by suddenly heaping a bunch of accountability consequences on top of it. Because we've made that mistake too many times in education where we take a test for one purpose and we use it for something else and everyone gets frustrated. So, but I would love, I would love to find other alternative strategies that we could potentially employ to figure out how we reward the things that we said were most important.
And David, I think that's part of a larger conversation, and that's both with this growth and achievement conversation we're having. Are we measuring what we say we're measuring? And when we take those tests, is it truly measuring what we're telling families that it measures? And when we talk about proficiency and we're using, baseline data, cut scores, and we get into the achievement conversation, and it's set at such a high level, and we're telling parents, that in this approaching category here, that their students are behind, that they're not proficient, they're not making proficiency. But in reality, for many of those students, they're on grade level, they're doing grade level work. So what are we telling parents? If we could find a place where this growth and achievement, and with this conversation and that grade, truly represents what we're trying to measure and what we're telling parents it measures. And I think that's still part of the larger conversation we have.
Yep. No, I think that's an incredibly important perspective in all this. So even if we sort of open the door to thinking about other forms of progress metrics as other indicators, we heard, I think, a little bit of support for looking at growth of the lower performing students in the school as a metric that is worth considering. Does that still fit how this group thinks about it?
I think so. I think I want to just raise that, like, this is why I like TVOS as a measure and or something that does this. Like, I think it's really important. It's so critical to move the kids who are the lowest along the fastest and along the most. And that's why AMOs, we talked about last time, were always about that, right? And group people that needed more movement had to move more. But to the extent that you emphasize lowest performing kids, you just worry that all kids across the spectrum aren't also getting that same focus. And so I'm not sure how to balance that, because I do think it's the most important thing. That's why potentially you weight things differently and whatever. So it is, I think it's critically important, but also one of the reasons why I think TVOS as a measure is so important is because it measures the movement of every single kid, which is different than what you get with proficiency.
Please, Chairman Sapicki.
So if I understand what you're saying, would it be better to go with TVOS and then treat those other measurables as other indicators in another group? So we would have a proficiency clean score, a TVOS clean score. Those would be given percentages for the overall grade. And then we would create a subgroup category of other measurables that would be used to supplement those two scores to try to not make sure that things don't slip through the two scores. Am I understanding that right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think yes, with one caveat, which would be, it's not my preference. I actually like the system as it currently stands, and I'm not totally sure why there need to be changes, but to the extent that there need to be changes, if one's going to be clean, another should be clean, and a growth measure should very clearly count each kid each year. And then also, if you want to make sure that all kids are sort of getting moved every year, you got to have something that clearly measures that. And then if you want to emphasize on top of that other groups, which I think you should, I think low performing kids, I think Yale kids, I think historically disadvantaged kids in general, then you do that, yes, somewhere else. So not my preference overall, but if we're going to go in that direction, I'd rather go in that direction really cleanly.
So would the other category be kind of like a potluck of things that you put in there that a district, depending on what they reflect, they could draw from to supplement with, like if you've got a district with heavy English language learners, would you allow that to be pulled independently to help supplement their scores, or heavy Title I, et cetera, et cetera? Is that what you're talking about? Am I following you?
So I feel like I'm dominating, and I don't want to. I like Mr. King and others, Margaret, like you guys have more experience in this than I do. Like mine is more in this category. So please.
You're doing great, Erin.
But I would say I think we get into a little bit of trouble when we allow for choosing. Because when we allow for choosing, you never know what sort of factors are going to go into that. And then, I mean, to me, the overall mantra of accountability should always be two things. First, emphasize the things you want people to do because it's what they're going to do, because what gets measured gets done. But secondly, do the least amount of harm, because people make, for better or worse, people make poor decisions based on what you put in an accountability system. And so you don't want to give more option for that. So whatever it is, it's got to be done across everybody so that you don't sort of so you minimize gaming as much as humanly possible. I'm seeing head nods, so I feel like I'm not totally crazy. But
No, I hear you. Perfect. I get it. I get it.
The concern would be folks would ignore some kids to prioritize others purely because they selected that group as an accountability measure. All right, and again, focus and intention matters. Like sometimes you really got to bear down on a particular group to make meaningful progress, but that should be an improvement decision, not an accountability decision.
Yes, and I agree, Aaron, with what you're saying. So I don't think you're dominating the conversation. You're making good points, and I think you're on the same path, same wave as most of us. And that's why TVOS is an important measure, and it does show growth of all students. And it's, we have to see that we're moving students on the upper end as much as we're moving those on the lower end. Which is, it's difficult for some schools, but it can be done. It can be done, across the spectrum. Same thing with those bubble students. We have to show growth. We have to show that we're moving them. So I think TVOS in and of itself is an important measure. And it does, I think, muddy the waters if we start bringing a lot of other factors in. And I think that's what all of us are saying here within the group still.
Yeah.
So just to clarify for my notes, we all kind of agree that we want to keep TVAS as clean as possible. So that may it not be the preference, maybe keeping that just TVAS, but looking at either if we include another measure, maybe push it into other indicators so that we don't accidentally drop a group or drop a focus or have some unintended consequences on groups going forward. Is that kind of the consensus is that what you guys are saying? Okay.
But if I can add, I definitely have a very strong interest in our discussion of the other indicators, revisiting some of these groups and not wanting that to get lost.
Yep. Our existing accountability system functionally, it rolls up a letter grade for every student in the school. And then it rolls up a composite letter grade for all of the subgroups. So it basically reproduces the exact same calculation, but it does it for each subgroup of students. And then it averages all the subgroups together. And then it averages the subgroups with the all students group. And that's how we arrive at an overall letter grade. And there's weighting associated with it. But there's ways like if folks wanted to produce a other indicator in some way, shape, or form that tried to represent that, there's a lot of ways we could theoretically get at that. And again, I'm not advocating that we do it the way that we historically have done it, but there are some pretty simple ways to mirror a very clean approach to all kids. We could mirror a very similar to very clean approach to other groups of students. One question, and I'll even augment this question a little bit. It's mapping TVOS composites. If we assume we want a very clean approach to TVOS, it's mapping those composites onto letter grades. There's 5 letter grades and there's 5 TVOS composite scores, right? The default assumption almost has been if you're a 1, you're an F for that indicator score, and if you're a 5, you're an A. We just wanted to put that question to the group. Is that just the default assumption we should be moving forward with? That's the right way to take that spread of TVOS composites and map that onto a letter grade system.
David, I just want to I'm not disagreeing, but I have a question for you. It seems very logical to do that. But I think folks that I'm in conversation with get tripped up or get frustrated when their understanding is that level 3 growth means, hey, our kids made a year's worth of growth in a school year. And so a C it doesn't feel like, hey, we got the job done. You know, if we got the job done, should that be an A? And I'm not saying it should. I'm just wondering, and this is a separate conversation probably, but is there a way to more clearly message that a 3 really is commendable? Like that's good, unless I'm misunderstanding what that 3 represents.
Well, let me just speak to that. And I really want to hear everybody respond to this question, because there's a lot of really important decisions, I think, that follow from this. A 3 means we can't distinguish that school from the average school in the state. Doesn't necessarily mean they made a year's worth of growth. Now, if everybody in the state grew more than a year, then yeah, an average school actually grew more than a year's worth of growth. But it means that school was indistinguishable from the average school in the state. Like, that's what 3 means. But it's a key question. If we take a traditional mapping, that's going to center the average school up right on C. And if everybody thinks of average as C, then we're good. If that's not where people think that ought to be, we're going to have a little bit of rejiggering to do. Chairman Spicky, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah. That is the main debate we've had in the General Assembly. Is if you do everything you're supposed to do, and you're moving your kids, in theory, you should be a 3, because you've done everything we've asked you to do. And then a 4 and a 5 would be above and beyond. And so, in theory, if everybody was at a 3 and everybody was performing at a 3 level, which is moving their kids a year and doing everything they're supposed to be doing, then the goal would be to hit a 3. And we've got this 4 and 5 in there, and that is the problem we're running into. Is, well, the goal is to move every kid a year. The goal isn't to move every kid what a level 5 is. And so that's where we get into this discrepancy in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is in proficiency, we're all shooting for number 5. But in growth, if every kid's at average, right, then mission accomplished. This is the hard part. This is what we've been arguing I've been up here for 5 years, and we have yet to hear anybody come up with a valid solution to that. Is 3 is perfectly acceptable in the state.
So, and I think that's where we struggle, you know, even talking with teachers, talking with others. And we run into the same thing in teacher evaluation systems. When we say a 3 is expectations where you want to be, teachers by and large were not C students. Most teachers enjoyed school. They liked it. They're A, B students. We want an A, we want a B. You don't want to be a C. You don't want to be a C student. So that's the same thing we run into. And I think if you're using a number system, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, and we could say a 3 is a year growth. Well, we can explain that. We can tell them that's where we want to be. A 3 is great. If we hit a 4 or 5, we did exceptionally well. But when you put a C on that, now all of a sudden everybody's like, whoa, I'm at a C. I'm just average. I'm not an average school. I did exactly what I was expected. And I think that's part of where we run into this whole communication thing. So if we left it a number system, we could probably explain that and say, hey, 3 is good. That's where we want to be. But when you put that with a C, all of a sudden, now that's a problem.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's like, I think that is 1000% correct. Like, if you were to think about your own kids, or if we were to look at the distribution of grades at a school, what we would not see is a bell curve around a C. I mean, we just wouldn't. We'd probably see a bell curve around a B. And so to think of the distribution in that way gets difficult. So once you start putting the letters together. So, I mean, I, you know, it's I agree with Corby. Like if what you were to do is just to have it be numbers, I think you can do a lot more with sort of leaving people at a 3. I think once you start to think about overall grading systems, the expectation that out of 1,800 schools in the state, you would have, like 400 of them at a C feels harder.
So there's a couple states out there that have gone from letter grades to like the Yelp rating system, where it's 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star for a little bit of this reason. But let me pose the question to this group. If we could find a way to convert the underlying scale for TVOS onto essentially just a different distribution where you have a growth grade, right? You're going to get an achievement grade, you're going to get a growth grade, and we can center up that average right on the line between B and C. So if you're above average, you're a B, and if you're below average, you're a C. Now,
how
I'm
is
not
average
promising,
in that sense different from a 4? Are you talking about doing something with indexes?
yes, I'm talking about taking the index
Indices?
scores underneath
Right.
and making, like, essentially converting them to a percentile ranking in some way. And again, I don't know that this works out, but we've looked at it a little bit. We've tried to kick the tires on it. I'm just trying to, like, does that solve a problem if we can pull that off? If we can say the average school is going to center up right on the line between a B and a C.
I think it solves the grading problem, but it doesn't solve the simplicity problem. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, if you're,
Because now
again,
we're
if
going to
you're,
have the
if the
1 through
goal
5
is
composite
simplicity,
over here, and we're going to have to explain
like,
why
oh,
the
my
A through F
kid,
is
right, my
different over
kid's,
here.
right, my kid's school was a level 2, but that's a F, right? Like, I mean, or whatever, right? Like, they're a level 2, they're a level 2. They're a level 5, they're a level 5. You know,
Yeah.
do they end up, right? It's just that it adds, I like, let me be clear. I get the underlying point, and I think the underlying point is correct, but it doesn't jive with an overall philosophy that is around simplicity.
Right.
So maybe
This-
the philosophy, I mean, the question then is it the philosophy
Yeah.
that's correct? Or is it the hope to try and be as accurate as you can, or to portray something that portrays the feeling that someone might have when they look at a B school? Like, which thing is true, and start from that point, and then everything else comes after that.
If I, Dave, if I can throw something in here,
Please.
and Aaron, you're spot on. If we set the expectation is to grow every student 1 year, and you accomplish that task, well, that's the goal, and that should be the goal. And even if
Somehow he always gets kicked out first. How does that happen to him?
Feedback earlier, I kept being like, well, in the meeting last week, and they're like, that was on Tuesday, Sam. And I was like, right.
I'm not driving, I'm just riding. So I just wanted y'all to know I'm not driving.
Good. It's a good thing. We don't want to be witnesses to any accidents.
That is the truth. And Norma, we need you for a lot of things. So don't be safe. Just be safe.
Yeah, please do.
Hey, Sam, before we jump in, can I ask you a question about this notion of simplicity? I mean, TVOS is obviously inherently complex, and yet we're being asked to put together a really simple explanation for how we get to a single letter grade, which in and of itself is a very simple, understandable notion. Why the intense focus on simplicity of creating the calculus?
Yeah, I mean, in general, there is this push in this iteration of this work to try to get to a place where the understanding for parents is improved. And I will leave open to this group's discussion about where parental understanding stands. As someone who has lived and breathed value added for a number of years in a bunch of different circumstances, I understand that TVOS is not actually a deeply understood concept, but I can also tell you as a parent, I receive regular emails celebrating being a level 5 growth district, right? Like that, because of the context that it has had in Tennessee, it is still used a lot, right? And that's part of why it's the named indicator in the law for it. I know there's an or statement there. So hear me recognize that there is obviously a little bit of a double-edged sword there, in that like TVOS itself is not like, I presume most people do not track normalized curve equivalents and how that like right. That I will not challenge, but I do think that getting those growth levels is something that has at least been embedded in the Tennessee vernacular a little bit. And so anyway, that is a starting point, to say the least.
Okay, well, thank you. That's helpful.
Just
They
one or
ever
two
thought
more.
about using something else?
Could I just ask something clarifying on that same point, Sam?
Sure,
Can
I'm
you hear
sorry.
me?
Tanya, did you ask something too? I'm sorry, guys. My computer glitched for a second there.
I don't know if you can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was just curious, had they ever thought about using something else instead of using that?
So, I mean, I think there is the or statement in law that opens it up. I think it is, we'll say that as the most commonly referenced growth measure, it is also a well-established one. So,
yeah,
competing things. Go ahead, Bob.
So two things on that. First, David Laird just gave the best short explanation of TVOS I've heard in 11 years of working in the state. So I actually don't think it's like the technical calculations of what constitutes comparable growth and so forth is complicated, but I actually don't think the concept is actually pretty straightforward. It's about apples to apples. Compared to other kids like you, how much should your child have grown, and did they do more or less? Like in one sentence, I actually don't think that's too complicated. Sure, the math. But on the math though, Sam, I put this in the chat and I was wondering, like, is a GPA too complicated for people to understand? Well, I don't think so, because we give every kid a GPA, but it's common for there to be weighted GPAs where AP classes or honors classes count for more, right? So like the concept of weighting as part of an overall score, it just doesn't seem to me like, speaking a foreign language. But I'm curious if that's how other people see it or not. I don't know if that's the question for the day, but on Mr. McIntyre's point, I wanted to raise it.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, my point is not to not engage TVOS, because I think it's a good metric. My point is, if we're going to engage with some complexity, let's enable some complexity and some nuance in developing the letter grades. And yes, there'll be a job to explain it to teachers and to parents and to other stakeholders. But I guess I was a little bit worried, because that was a fairly pointed warning from the commissioner about how to approach this, and I just want to make sure that there's some nuance allowed to us in developing the calculus.
Yeah, and let me say this, like, I think that's what we're looking for in the recommendations, right? What I will say, just in a general sense, is if you've got a calculation that has 17 different things going on under the hood, that, A may overlap B over here, but if it's less than C, square rooted by, you get the general gist, right? It's a slippery slope. That I think is the caution point, but it's not like a, point blank stop. But I think that it's always going to be in our minds, like, how does this get explained to parents?
There.
Yeah,
I think
that's always on the forefront, right? And how we can explain it to parents. Because it has been a challenge over years of just explaining, even sometimes grade point averages, how we got there. And because basically parents just want to know, is my child going to graduate, and are they going to the next grade? And all the things that we work on in between, we don't want to make it so complex that it's even difficult for us to explain, right? So how can we get to a measure that we can explain it? And to Bob's first comment, how can it be so simplified that parents, it would click in the first take, not rounds?
I think I think the concept of TVOS and the use of TVOS is good. I think where the challenge comes is the volatility from year to year, when one teacher or school is a level 5 one year and they're a level 1 the following year. So I think, to me, that's something that we ought to look at averaging or using multi-year or something. I think that volatility is something that causes confusion.
Causes angst.
Great angst in a school district. And it also causes, this is just a kind of an aside, I guess, but from a superintendent standpoint, I did not have the teachers who would not be eligible for tenure when we were using a 3-year average, like I'm seeing at this point when we're using year by year. And that is that distinction between stability or I'm trying to think of the other
sensitivity. It picks it up on a year-to-year basis better. Yeah.
It is extreme. Impact on that teacher has had, not just those children that are sitting in that teacher's room that year. So I'm completely with Mr. Eby on that, because it really does make a difference.
This probably goes without saying, and I think this is what David was doing in the modeling, but I do think it'll be important that whatever subjects are chosen and however they're weighted for achievement, that same is applied to growth, so that they're weighted the same in the growth component as they are in the achievement, that the same subjects are included. So I appreciated that continuity between the two.
I concur, Courtney.
Right.
So we're not picking and choosing.
That will help our parents and caregivers and community more than probably anything. If they know that consistency's there, it's not going to give them the angst that it might. It's a great point.
Yeah, Courtney, if I'm understanding you correctly, I think that this is why I was saying in the chat that the approach David was describing around the weighting between subjects at the high school level seems to me, which is in effect the way it works in TVOS, which is, in other words, every valid test is equal to another valid test. Could be, but kids take a lot more ELA and math tests. And so if the argument is we want to weight ELA and math more, it's like, well, that actually will happen just through the tests that are taken, in a sense. So that would allow the same weighting between both sets of measures, while still hopefully achieving to some extent proportionally that outcome.
Do you think, and I would love to hear the rest of the group, I think we flagged this on Tuesday, that it's hard to think about any of these in isolation, but I thought the point that Director Pruitt made in the comments about social studies being one that is super differential in high school. If students are taking statewide dual credit or dual enrollment or AP, they wouldn't necessarily be taking U.S. history. And also the point in the comment around K-8 schools, like, does it make sense to just focus on math, ELA, and science and not include social studies because there is so much variability in who's offering what and the lack of consistency? I don't know that I have a strong opinion one way or the other. I would defer to folks who are at the school or district level, but I think that might be something that's worth considering.
Help me understand that just a little bit more. So was he saying that if they're in high school and they're taking AP, are they taking AP history and it wouldn't count? Is that?
Yeah,
is
so
that,
the only
okay.
high school social studies EOC is U.S. history.
Okay.
So if they're taking AP or dual enrollment or statewide, they wouldn't have social studies.
Yeah.
So, and just so I noted, this is one that actually came up heavily in the superintendent conversations when we were in Gatlinburg. And there's been some sort of like investigation about, we're not talking about federal accountability here. Can we go back and grab those students who are taking dual enrollment or AP classes, get their scores and add them back in the numerator and denominator for this sake? And so that's been discussed too, because I mean, part of the fear here is that like you've lost kind of your cream of the crop to AP and dual enrollment courses, but it's a state system. Like we're actually not lost on being able to consider ways to pull them back in, right? I think the challenge comes in and saying, okay, what does that mean then? What are we looking for? A passing grade on the AP exam equates to having reached proficiency, right? There'd be downstream questions to answer there, but I think there has been some conversation about maybe not throwing out the whole thing if there's a way that we can actually solve the problem in the inverse. And Bob, you'll know this from the state board, in English and in math, there's actually substitution rules that allow those scores to come back into play. So we'd basically be talking about kind of creating some equivalency there in the other pieces.
I understand how that would fit in proficiency or achievement. How would you do on growth on that if they're not taking social studies every year?
That one's trickier. I will admit that one out of the gate. That one would be trickier.
Okay, but on that, can I just say another thing I was saying in the chat, and I think this is one of the most, this is extremely significant, I think, in terms of the TVOS discussion, because this is like maybe like the number one misconception about it, is there's this idea that if you're a high proficiency school, you can't show growth. That is absolutely wrong. If you look at the distributions in the state, at every level of proficiency, high and low, there are high growth schools and low growth schools. And so I think, Mr. Chairman, to your point, again, this could somewhat solve itself because, Sam, sure, from a proficiency standpoint, if you, quote, take the cream of the crop out, then you could say that that's unfairly hurting your test. But it really, if only a subset of your kids is taking one social studies test in high school, okay, fine. They have just as good of a chance of showing growth as anyone else. And so so from a growth standpoint, that doesn't hurt you. And if they do what David was saying, and if we sort of let the weighting of tests simply follow the proportion of kids in your school taking those tests, on the proficiency side, as is done in TVOS, it'll also affect it there. If you've got, 100 kids taking math tests, but only 10 taking history tests, even if they're poorer in terms of absolute performance, it's going to be weighted dramatically lower because of how few of them relative to ELA and math tests are taking it. I don't know if that made sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Can I say, I don't want to shift the conversation off this point, but I want to make sure we get to this point about subgroup TVOS, because to me, this is another way to attack the issue that was being kind of brought up last time, but maybe we were having a hard time addressing it. I think that the subgroup TVOS would be an interesting way to go about this. And again, it shouldn't be that hard to produce those data. I think the interesting thing would be, I don't know if David could do this, but to see how important this is, we'd have to see how much divergence there is for schools in their subgroup scores versus their overall scores, just as with the proficiency. Like the whole concept of NCLB 20 plus years ago was you don't want a school with high overall scores masking the low performance of at-risk students within that school, right? So the question is TVOS already solving for that in the overall growth score or not? In which case it would be more important to have, so like in a school like mine, because almost everyone in my school is in an at-risk subgroup, our overall TVOS is not that different from our at-risk subgroup TVOS, but that might be different, right? So like my school in a sense wouldn't necessarily, quote, benefit from that, but I wonder if it would cast light on schools that have much more divergent or heterogeneous populations. I have a very homogeneous population of low-income African-American students in North Memphis, if you will. So the subgroup score and the overall school score are pretty close to each other. I wonder if in other cases, though, having that subgroup would really help. And I would advocate for that in the absence of data to suggest it wouldn't be needed.
I had a comment that I thought was pretty valid, and it goes to that same thing as some way we got to be able to measure, is the gap being closed in these subgroups? And so you're looking for improvement. Maybe a school shouldn't get an A if they're not closing the gap of the subgroups or something like that. Use that for plus and minuses, but somehow put in gap closure in as part of the growth evaluation.
I apologize. Go ahead.
I can speak to the fact that yes, when you put a super subgroup together and you have everybody in that pot, if you are more heterogeneous, it is going to be very different than if you pull out one of the other subgroups, being economically disadvantaged or students with disabilities. I mean, even when you look at the former distributions of districts and even schools that are labeled as reward schools or districts that are labeled as exemplary districts. You will look at those, they have very few subgroups in them. So there is a difference there, and I can speak to that from my own.
I was going to state the same thing, Ms. Norma.
You're muted.
Yep, Norma, I think you went on mute there for a second.
Yeah, we missed like the last sentence.
I think she froze up, maybe.
Yeah. I was going to say
one other thing I'd be curious to hear from folks. I know we talk about kind of the big four subgroups that we typically, oh wait, it looks like Norma unfroze. Norma, we missed the last like sentence or two that you said.
But you're still muted. There you go.
I was saying that when you look at our exemplary districts, or you look at reward schools, especially with exemplary districts, you're looking at very minimal. They're very homogeneous in some of those subgroup areas. They're small. They're very, a lot of them are very much alike. So that does give you a difference. I don't have a preference because I want everybody to be measured, and I want to be transparent, and I want folks to know what we're doing well and what we're not doing well.
The one thing I was going to add to that, I know we usually talk about the, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, English learners, and students with disabilities. I know there have been some conversations nationally about subgroups around the lowest performing students. And I think particularly as we've seen the group of lowest performers grow year over year in a lot of areas, I wonder if that would be something. I know we haven't even discussed if we would include a subgroup growth measure, but that's a subgroup that I'm just interested to hear other folks' thoughts on, if there would be value in pulling that group of students out.
So Courtney, I hope it's okay to say this. Erin O'Hara and I were texting each other after the meeting. I was going to also say last week, but to Sam's point, just Tuesday. And the thing is, like, my initial reaction to that concept is I absolutely love it. But then I'm like, wait, that's just TVAS, right? If what we're saying is look at your distribution of performer, I mean, it's not obviously just TVAS, but in spirit, conceptually, it's very similar to it, unless we were to say, unless what we're talking about is let's set proficiency goals not based on demographic subgroups, but based on distribution of performance, and whatever your lowest 25% is or whatever, right? The subgroup of lowest performing students. Does that make sense? That's what you're saying here, right? What should the goal of proficiency improvement be for your lowest performing students? That's the question. Right. And I think that's a very interesting concept. But again, it's tricky because of the way that 10 Ready works, right? Like your lowest performing students, to be proficient on the 10 Ready, you have to be at about the 70th national percentile. That's according to NWEA's correlation study, which means that you can see very significant quartile growth. You can take your below kids and move them to approaching. You can take kids at the bottom of approaching and move them to the very top of approaching. But for that group, the group who starts at the absolute bottom, it's very difficult to get them over the lip. And an enormous amount of scale score growth can occur without it going over the bubble into proficiency. And this is why I object. This is why I think the AMO, again, I appreciate the sentiment, but this is why I just don't think AMO is adequate as an alternative for the reasons I just said. It ultimately relies on getting kids over the bubble. And you can literally take a kid from the single digit national percentile to the 65th national percentile, ahead of 2/3 of kids in their grade, which statistically speaking is tremendous improvement. But it may not manifest in a change in your proficiency at all. And the AMO is still a measure of the change of proficiency. It's just
I think I would not be advocating for this for like getting them over a proficiency bar. I think it would be simply like, could you group that group together and see, compared to other students who are in that lowest performance category, how much have they grown?
So you're saying that do it as like a TVOS subgroup, just like ELL
Yes.
or BHN or what have you. So
Right.
in other words, so instead of saying your school-wide TVOS, let's say TVOS of your last year's lowest quintile.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that's
maybe
important.
something along those lines.
But go back to the, trying to be as transparent as we can to the parents and teachers. And so I'm a parent of an English language learner student. I want to know how that subgroup is doing, in there as opposed to this lowest 25%. I couldn't
Yeah, I
care
think I
less.
would be saying in addition to, definitely not in place of.
Okay.
Right.
Like, would that be an additional subgroup we would add? And I don't know one way or the other. Just, I know there's
But I
been a lot of conversation nationally about that.
Yeah, I think somehow showing the subgroups is important for the parents to know if I have a student in that subgroup, how are they doing for my group?
Yeah.
Courtney, I absolutely love the idea, and I would be 100% for it in those terms. And so then it would just come, maybe we would take 4 major subgroups plus lowest performing students from last year. And then your TVOS as a school would be either a straight average, or I think more appropriately, a weighted average of your overall score and your subgroups. And I would suggest you would just weight it according to the proportion of the subgroups, right? And so if bottom 25% of the kids in your school is one of the subgroups, then that's 25%, right, of your overall score. And then if you have 5% ELL, then it's 5. If you have 25% ELL, then it's 25, right? And then with each subgroup then falling proportionally.
So is that answering one of the first questions that we need to pose today?
Thank you, Tanya. I think this is you guys have circled around and kind of hit a bunch of different ideas here. One of the things that I might suggest is and I'm happy to put pen to paper here too, but what is the list of potential growth measures that you all think might be worth considering? So I have heard, school-wide TVOS was still in there, albeit with some notable questions about approach, right? I didn't hear a lot of get rid of it, but maybe we need to revisit some of the underlying things that result in volatility, right?
Yes, right. Mm-hmm.
Also on the table, how do we tackle subgroups? There's kind of the, not to harken us back too far to our last session, but there are the kind of absolute performance concepts, a la AMO's gap closure ideas about subgroups. And there's the, let's keep it all TVOS. There are TVOS results for subgroups, including, Courtney, that the concept of looking at the lowest percent. If you guys have the list of possibles, then it is about which one and what priority should those kind of carry the day within the growth indicator. So we probably should have said this kind of on the front end, but for framing purposes, we're kind of trying to lean into this space of growth is the indicator. It is spelled out in law, right? Now what we're asking is what measures should go into it. The most notable and obvious, well-known is school-wide TVOS, but you've got other ideas on the table. If you've listed all those out, what should be the relative weights of those and coming up with the growth indicator score? That's kind of the prompt 2 question. So I will stop talking and leave it back to you guys.
It'd have to be 3 to 4 of them, if I can remember, or just how many ever we want inside of that measure to actually get to the growth. I still believe you've hit on most of them, that we just basically said that we want to have inclusive of this TVOS data, right?
It could be just one. Yeah, it could just be TVOS.
Yeah. Oh,
Courtney, can I ask you about? Can I ask Courtney about the 25% lowest subgroup? So is that a look back to the end of last year to identify that subgroup and then to see what their growth was over this year?
That's a good question. I don't know that I have a clear answer for how you would define it. I just know if we're looking at places where we as a state need to make growth, I think the group of students, well, we've had really great growth at the top end. We've also had growth at the bottom end, and that group of lowest performers has continued to grow in a lot of areas. And I think even ELA, where we've made really strong gains, our lowest performers still are not back to where they were pre-pandemic. And so just thinking about how these are intended to insight action. Like, is there a way we could do that? I don't know what it would look like.
Jim, that is the way it's been in conversations we've had with SAS, because this has become a national conversation. It is looked at, say I've got a 5th grade class this year that I am serving. What was their performance on the 4th grade TCAP? Who was in the lowest X%? And how did I perform with them on the 5th grade TCAP? It's that value added measure.
So you know what I'm realizing, and maybe
and it could be changed. I'm just saying how we've tried to talk about it conceptually too.
Maybe it's because I'm on vacation that this didn't immediately occur to me. But in order for this concept of subgroup TVOS to actually matter more in the scoring, including Courtney, I think your proposal, they would actually have to be weighted more than their mathematical proportion, their membership in the school, because that's what school-wide TVOS already does. School-wide TVOS already says if there's 10% ELL in your school, then 10% of your growth scores. So we would actually have to rate them as 1.5 or 2x, right? Their membership in your school for it to have for it to be any different than just the school-wide TVOS score.
Yeah, but that makes it complex too.
What I might push on in that is like, that's actually also the difference in how you as a group may consider weighting within the growth indicator.
Right.
So think more of like school-wide TVOS should be X%, subgroup performance should be Y%. Within Y, we have A, B, C, D, E.
Yes, no,
I'm sorry, I kept using letters.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm agreeing. I'm vibing with you, Sam. I was correcting my earlier comment that my proposal to do a weighted proportion of each of those wouldn't work because it's just the same thing as school-wide TVOS as it is now. And so in the sort of weighting of the growth score, if we wanted to say one, it could be, I mean, here's the simplest, Tanya, to your point. Maybe here's what we could do. If the goal here is at-risk student growth is important, but we have to do it simply, then we should do something like this. We should say your overall growth score is school-wide TVOS, and it's at-risk student TVOS. It's the average of those two things. So then it would basically double the weight of your at-risk.
Well, I think you have two ways to do it. You can do what you're saying is you can say we have an overall score, and then we have a sub-score that goes on top of the overall score to make or you can say you have an overall score, and within that overall score, here's how the subgroups performed. So I think you got two different ways to do that, depending on how much influence you want to put on the subgroups versus the overall score.
One of the things that we talked about as superintendents at the superintendent's conference in Gatlinburg, and Sam will remember this because he was at our table at that point, was to have this formula very simple, but then to be able to have parents manipulate the actual I don't know, the technology.
Yeah, the visualization side of it, right?
If I have an ELL student, then I can manipulate, I can move a bar, I can click on a different place, I can see how that subgroup is performing compared to others, but it's not necessarily weighted differently. So if, for example, I'm always concerned that high performers in achievement are being hidden by value added. If we don't have them, you can score a 98 last year and an 89 this year, and you've dropped with your value added, but you're still achieving. Well, that can be masked that child is doing as well this year as they were last year. So if I have a high performing student and I want to see how that group, I can manipulate that technology, and that may be a way for parents to really get in there and be able to look at specifics that they want to know, but it doesn't go in the formula as a whole. Just something that we've discussed.
So that is something that we having a consensus about the. You're on mute again, Miss Norma. I apologize. I saw you saying something. What did you say?
I'm not. I was finished.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming that we've come to a consensus on the very first one about that we're saying that we're taking, if I understood us correctly, that we're going to take this TVAS for the first one and then use subgroups under it. How are we being weighted? Because, you know, we're down to we got 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Well, yes, but again, let me just, this mathematical observation. If we want the school-wide TVAS, so to Courtney's point, the bottom 20% of your kids, for instance, already are 20% of your school-wide TVAS, right? I'm not arguing against your point. I'm just trying to make a mathematical point. So if what we want to say is that in the school report card, if growth of your at-risk students is even more important to us, then what we have to propose is a formula that takes one or more of those subgroups and weights them even more heavily than they already are present in your population's distribution as such, right? So we have to say, if we want it to be twice as much, then the performance of your bottom 20 is actually 40% of your score overall.
What I was trying to get,
for instance,
I get what you're saying, Bob, because you're delving into the weeds now. You keep going back.
Well, because we have to propose a formula.
Consensus about what are we coming to consensus about? What's going to be the top? What percent? What are we using? Are we saying that we're just going to stick with TVAS?
Right, but if
well,
so
I think what
can I answer? Well, I mean, one perspective on this is that, and I think it answers both of your questions, is if we were to say, for example, that overall TVAS is 75% of the weighting and some compilation of subgroups is 25% of the weighting, then Bob, it takes into consideration that subgroup in the overall TVAS and it adds to it. So I think getting the distribution, however we want to get it, I think is going to answer that question and address it.
And I think an important factor of doing it that way is it shows it puts some weight into gap closure by looking at those. So you're getting the overall, and then you're putting emphasis on, are you closing the gap, which I think is important for the schools to do.
And that's what Courtney was what Bob was explaining to what Courtney was adding is what we're saying, that we're going to use those percentages. Is that a consensus of this group that we're going to use that in that very first question?
I think yes, but I with a caveat that we just need to be careful about how we define this, because there are a lot of schools that have very few students in subgroups, or they don't have some subgroups. And I remember in this is probably a decade ago or so, but there was a school or two in the state that were on the it wasn't the priority list, but it was the one that we were worried about subgroups, and they were on it because of a low performance of their white subgroup. And so I think we have to be careful about how we define this and what we're actually trying to get at, so that we don't create any kind of perverse outcomes or dynamics.
Which is true.
Also, just want to shout out that Tanya is being the best teacher and trying to bring us back to our task.
I think we have our speaker, the one that's going to report out to us.
I think we do. Good nomination, Bob.
But it seems to me, yes, it seems to me also that even they gave us a worksheet to fill out, but it seems to me it's not as important that we give them every absolutely final point. I think Mr. McIntyre's caution is that it's a great point, and it's not one that we are able to answer definitively right here. It seems to me the charge that we have is to say, you know, in spirit, do we think that, you know, school-wide TVAS as it stands right now is the adequate growth measure, or if not, what adjustments do we want to make? And what I feel like I'm hearing among the group, certainly what I'm advocating, and I think we're having some resonance around, is that instead of it, you know, school-wide TVAS is the growth measure, there should be some weighting of one or more at-risk subgroups, whether that's the four main subgroups we tend to look at, whether it's that plus a sort of bottom 25% change over year subgroup. That seems like a really good possible option. And then like that would be the feedback that David Laird and that group need to go back and crunch on to work with, right?
So let me keep pushing the group because I'm just so happy with the progress here, right? So one of the other directional indicators, like again, you know, it's all building towards recommendations here, is to get a sense of what would be the relative weight of it, right? So if you say school-wide and some portion of subgroups, these feel important, but maybe we want to discuss and see more. Between just those buckets, what would it be, right? Jim kind of mentioned this, like, was it 75 on school-wide and 25 on subgroups? Like, how much should the subgroup thing overlay the overall school-wide?
I put on the table 50-50. Overall TVOS is 50%, and then the other half is subgroups, and then the subgroups would essentially be determined by whatever it is in the school. So to Mr. McIntyre's point, schools have different subgroups, and so what matters is, it doesn't seem to me to make sense to weight every subgroup in an absolute way to every school, because schools have different subgroups. So it should be whatever the at-risk students are in your school, their growth is double. That's what this proposal would accomplish.
That's a
I
little
think
heavy.
50-50.
I'd like to remind everyone though, if I'm an ELL student who is also economically disadvantaged and I'm a student with disabilities, I hit you in 4 categories because I'm in ELL, I'm in SWD, and I'm in ED. So if you're going to weight me at 50% and then double that again, you're holding that's really, that 50-50 that's a real booger bear, because we've got kids that hit us in every subgroup, and then you're going to double it on us.
Yeah,
Okay, how about 2 to 1?
I think that's
2 to
too
1.
high.
Those are the
2 to
kids
1, 3 to 1.
I think that's a little rough, 50-50.
Yeah. 75-25 at most, I would say, because I think Ms. Garrell has, her point on multiple counting students just can really influence overall. So, maybe 80-20.
80-20 sounds better.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that too. Just simply because, as we've acknowledged, all of the subgroups are already in the TVOS overall as well, right? And there is an accounting for them there, and we do want to emphasize that. So we do want to add to that. But I'd be more comfortable in the 75-25, 80-20 range myself as well.
And I'm going to throw, you can say no to this, but just an additional potential consideration. And this is where I will turn to Sam to say, but I'm just thinking about like the weighting in TISA. Would there be any reason to align to how subgroups are weighted there? Are there any weighting considerations? Just trying to think about simplicity that we might want to consider across systems.
I actually think that's a really fair question. My quick gut instinct is that TISA is about funding services. I mean, and please hear me say, I'm sure there's a million underlying quick response to me making such a statement, but I think that in general, that was kind of an initial concept, and we might get into a little trouble there on the funding side compared to the accountability side.
I mean, for the record, I think 3 to 1 or 80-20 is actually a very reasonable alternative. I was just opening with a strong negotiating position and then backing into a good. If I opened with 80-20, I only would have gotten 5%. But I haven't heard Christy talk, but I think in the spirit of fairness, she has put forth a very similar concept that would approach this slightly differently and would resolve some of what you're saying, which is if you essentially say, if we do like 3 to 1 ratio, but instead of doing the typical subgroups, if we do whatever your bottom 25% was last year, which parenthetically, statistically speaking, is going to heavily overlay with our subgroups, then you completely resolve the double count issue. Well, no, you completely resolve the 3x or 4x or 5x count issue, and you simply double count your most at-risk students, and then you set aside any politics around which subgroups should matter and just say the goal is the growth of your lowest performing students.
Let me just make one interjection point here so that this is kind of assuaged. None of this rules out the fact that the state's report card has to present on all subgroups. So I don't want to, whatever is decided here does not mean that very closely you wouldn't be able to click on, but what is the EL absolute performance? Right? Like that stuff is actually mandated to be on the state's report card. So we'll be there no matter what. That's not to insinuate it should or shouldn't be in the report card, but I don't want anyone to think parents don't have access to that information if it's not captured here either.
Do other people want to respond to Christy's point? I mean, she and I really fought hard the other day, so I want to give her props. I think there's a lot, even though I adamantly disagree on, and I think that this should be part of the proficiency conversation. I think from a growth standpoint, this is an extremely intriguing idea, and it could be an interesting middle ground.
Well, that's
basically it's what we were just saying, but it's just using this measure instead of the other subgroups.
It's almost what Courtney was saying, what Christy put in the chat is, and Sam just stated it, that in regards to the TVOS, it's already inclusive, but we just changed that one last subgroup, right? Is that what you're trying to get to, Chrissy?
I'm just trying to recognize, how do we raise the tide for everybody and make a calculation that is easier for everyone to understand? And if you say the lowest performing 25% of students in your school from last year are going to be double counted for growth this year, everybody has the lowest 25%, regardless of which student groups are represented, and everybody's accountable for the lowest 25%, not 100% of their students or 5% of their students. So it just is a more streamlined expectation for all schools to move up their lowest 25%. And there are students in all student groups that may fall into the low 25%. And there's a lot of students in current groups who are already really well off and might not fall in the lowest 25%. So it's just trying to really streamline that calculation. It gets rid of Norma's concern about triple, quadruple counting kids that might be in 2 curriculars plus a demographic and an income. And really just says everybody's doubly responsible for those lowest performing kids.
Let me ask this question. I like that concept, but I just want to make sure, does that in any way show how you are closing the gap, though, of various subgroups? I think it's important that, we talk about that. We talk about the importance of closing the gap. Does doing it this way give the data to show or put an accountability on the schools to close the gap?
In this sense, yes. If you have a school-wide TVOS of 3, but you have a bottom 25% TVOS of 5, then what it means is the lowest performing students in your school in an absolute sense are growing faster than your students on average, or vice versa. If you have a school-wide TVOS of 4 and a bottom 25 TVOS of 2, it means your lowest performing students are growing slower than your population overall.
So you're closing,
yes.
It shows whether you're closing the overall gap. It may not show whether you're closing a subgroup's gap or something like that.
Yes, correct. But to Sam's point, we already, subgroup TVOS is not currently used for accountability, but it is an available data point. So we actually do have that. And I look at it all the time. And to Christy's point, proposing this as the accountability measure does, I think, what you're saying in spirit, but it sort of cleans up some of these complexities around the other subgroup piece. For the record, Mr. Chairman, I think that your point about the gap closure can be addressed by subgroup proficiency comparisons. But I think this would be a kind of a allied way of doing that within the growth bucket.
So to make sure that we're correct, because I see the 5-minute warning, that did we answer or come to a consensus about the first one, about that we're going to use TVOS data with in regards to B with another measure? Is that this group's decision that we're going to actually use that 80-20?
Well, Christy said 75% to 25%, which is 3-to-1. 80-20 is 4-to-1. So just so we're clear.
So can I make a suggestion? So I sort of like the conceptualization of the lowest 25%. And Bob said it sort of addresses the subgroups in spirit, but it doesn't actually address the subgroups. And I do worry about that it doesn't actually do that. It doesn't say that making sure that we don't have gaps that are defined by income and race and disability and language is important. And so what about an 80-10-10 configuration where we do subgroups and we do the lowest 25%? I don't know. I just worry about not saying anything about subgroups explicitly.
I worry about that too, Jim.
I like that.
May I offer up a couple of just quick notes here? One, you may find that if you're locking in on, aside from the gap closure piece, the TVOS concept and school-wide plus subgroup TVOS, that you want the growth indicator, you're kind of saying thematically it's about TVOS. There's still opportunity to have gap closure conversations as well in the other indicator, right? So you don't have to feel like you got to force it into one of these indicator buckets so much as not let it fall off the radar if it's an important piece to you. The other quick note that I would just share about this kind of lowest 25% or even the subgroup TVOS, structurally, that would be over the denominator of the like kids, not over the denominator of all kids in the state. So you are getting it is a different distribution when you think about how it compares to that, like your school-wide TVOS, right? Like you're going to see a comparable distribution for economically disadvantaged kids, but it's representing a different denominator of kids. So I just want to be sure I name that piece.
Let me quickly say this before we get to, so gap closure though, I think is a growth. If we take that into another category, it's going to get washed out along with some of the other categories, so it's going to get watered down. I think if we feel strongly that gap closure is something we ought to do, it ought to be something like what Jim suggested, 80-10-10, where it's specifically put in there.
I think for purposes of reporting out, I think this is a perfectly valid concept, and then David and the team can take it forward.
Bob, you sound like you would be the one that's be reporting out.
No, I think you got it, Tanya, or Bob, the other Bob.
I want to say one last thing about this topic, though, and again, this is just, I just want to speak straight to what you're saying. At the 30,000 foot level on this entire conversation about A to F, if what we are concerned about is gap closure and serving the at-risk students the most, in spirit, my view is that TVOS is already the part of the model that is the most fair to schools doing a good job. And the proficiency or absolute achievement bucket is where we have to build more equity in, because that is the part that is least sensitive to what is happening to students like mine. And so I think the subgroup argument needs to be pushed into the achievement bucket more than it needs to be pushed into growth, because growth already is more fair to what is happening for kids like mine. So I'm agreeing with you in spirit. I'm just giving you my opinion about where in the overall model that is most problematic.
Of having the letter grade?
Doesn't mean it can't go in all of them.
Yeah.
Sam, I like you more every day. Excuse me, recently retired interim commissioner Piercy.
I really believe if we could keep them more aligned, like an 80-10-10, as we're talking about across, the parents are going to under.
There we go. And we're out.
The worst version of that musical hook, right?
Able to push through into our group for this conversation, but very excited to go through with you all the questions that we have in terms of the prompts. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to put the slides back on the screen so that we can see the worksheets that we need to go through together today. And I believe they should be displaying for you all. I will look for a thumbs up from someone. Reed, I see you, Kyle. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go through these prompts together. We've got about an hour to discuss this, but you heard from David Laird kind of an overview of the TVOS measure of growth. We know that there are other ways that we could go about measuring growth and kind of improvement over a particular school year. But I'm interested to see just first and foremost if this group has any straight off the cuff reactions to whether we should measure using school-wide TVOS only or maybe some other measures as well.
Elsie, what other measures are on the table for consideration? So if you look at the slide, I mean, there are some considerations, and this really is driven by what we heard in public comment over the course of the town halls and kind of leading up to today. But there were these notions of looking at different groups of students and the performance that they might have in terms of their growth score. So we think about the lowest performing subset of students, regardless if they fall into a particular traditional subgroup of students or not. So you might think about, kind of in our historical kind of way, and we're thinking about those subgroups that we hear about in accountability frequently. It could include students with disabilities, students who are English learners, students who are economically disadvantaged. You also think about racial subgroups of students. So those students who are Black, Native American, Hispanic, other kind of racial subgroups. The notion was, regardless of if a student falls into that particular subgroup or not, we're actually going to look at the lowest performing students all across the school. And if the school could demonstrate growth amongst those low performers, would they be rewarded or recognized for that impact in the calculation? So you see kind of the growth of the absolute lowest performing students and how much we could move them in a particular school year. You have the opportunity to think also about those traditional subgroups of students that we hear about so frequently, or some other approach that you might have in mind when it comes to measuring improvements as a result of a school's impact in a school year.
Got it. But the measurement of growth that we would be discussing would still be TVOS. It would just be a TVOS as applied to different subgroups and potentially weighting those in addition to the school-wide TVOS.
Yes, sir. I think that's right. And I mean, the letter of the law might allow for us to come up with some very newfangled way to measure growth. But I think for the purposes of this conversation, we could definitely think about using those TVOS scores as applied to some particular group of students.
Great. I didn't know if there were others out there, so I just wanted to start at least with,
That's right. That. Yeah, I think the law gives us opportunity if we ever wanted to go that step forward further. I think the language of the law would allow for that. But maybe not for this year. We'll see. But with that kind of clarification on the types of other growth measures there could be, what are we thinking in this group in terms of a preferred approach? Thinking about school-wide TVOS only or school-wide TVOS plus some other consideration in terms of growth impacts?
Chelsea, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, sir. Hey, Director.
Hey, one of the things I think that's a great idea, because a lot of times, what we want to do is we want to try to make that below group smaller every year. And we want to grow those students. We know those are the students that really and truly have the furthest to go. And so I think if there's a way we could look at the growth of those students, because sometimes they're never going to get to that exceeds category, but if we can get them to at least show that we're growing those, or at least making that number of that student smaller in that group, would, to me, I think it would show that the school's going in the right direction. But I think too, it would only work if you also did the school-wide TVOS.
Yes, sir. So I'm hearing from you maybe a combination of both. Let me follow up with you, and you mentioned specifically that lowest performing group of students. In terms of our traditional kind of typical subgroups of students, I mean, do you think that is another plus? We think about school-wide TVOS and lowest performing group and subgroups in the traditional sense, or maybe just those first two?
No, I think you could use those two. I think that, what gets you sometimes is that that subgroup may be, that student may be in 2 or 3 of those subgroups. So, how do we work on that, to saying that if you had, 10 students in a subgroup, or you have to have 30, I know, but if you had those 30, they might be in the students with special needs, they might be in the economically disadvantaged, and then they might be in the, another category also. So that would be a concern of how do we, if it's a good thing, if they did get growth, it would be a good thing. They would be counted 3 times, but if they didn't, then they would be counted 3 times for the school. Trying just to how it just uses that growth for that one student one time is what I would say.
I understand. Okay, good. That's super helpful. Thank you. Others who want to chime in kind of on preferences between these approaches.
So Chelsea, I would tend to lead towards solely going with school-wide TVOS. If the purpose of letter grades is to compare school to school, apple to apple, not every school would have subgroups. Or would have the same subgroups. And I think that makes it more challenging when you start to try to put a letter grade on schools, and where one school may have a ED subgroup, one school may not. One school may have a BHN subgroup, another school may not. So then you get into, are there advantages and disadvantages to having subgroups, and how would that impact a school's overall outcome on a letter grade?
Yeah, that's super helpful. And that, I mean, the kind of nuance that you just picked up on there was something we heard about in public comment, and almost on the opposite way as maybe you would typically think about it. We see some schools where the majority of their students are actually considered, you know, a kind of traditionally considered subgroup, and they might be doing really well, better than average maybe with that particular subgroup. But it was kind of the ideas of apples to apples versus apples to oranges to bananas to grapes to some other fruit. So I appreciate your comment there and picking up that nuance as well. Others who have a preference.
Yeah, Chelsea, I think I see it similarly to Kyle. My concern about focusing on, if we were to have a subgroup component, it would then be in addition to school-wide, I would think. And then you're kind of doubling up on those particular students. Mm-hmm. And, you know, what if a parent is interested in a school and their child does not fall into that subgroup, and they don't have an appreciation for the fact that there is a special weighting for a particular type of student in the way that this school's grade has been determined. I don't think there's any way for us to know in advance if you know, it's sort of the good and the bad of having a single letter grade, is that you have to fold everything into that one letter. And so, you know, I just worry it would not be clear to families in advance that we are waiting for certain types of demographics, you know, or student performance levels or whatnot. And that makes it best, in my view, just to go with a single school-wide number.
Very good. Thank you so much for contributing that. And I think that's really poignant in bringing that parent perspective. When you get too complicated, perhaps within an indicator, it just becomes a little fuzzier in terms of what the letter grade is actually communicating or counting, how and why. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that perspective. Others who want to jump in? I know we've got a couple of folks on the phone too. I know one of these phone numbers, Chairman White, I see you're here. There's a 931 number. I'm not sure exactly who that individual might be, but we welcome either of you all to come off mute and share your perspective kind of on this school-wide TVOS only or school-wide TVOS plus some additional measure.
I'm just listening right now. I'm trying to do 4 things at once, so I will jump in later. But thank you, sir. This is very helpful to me.
Yes, sir. Anyone else who want to chime in on this first prompt? We're looking at our worksheet here.
Can I add another thought to this? If the goal is to have simplicity for an understanding of the formula of the calculation, if we go to start adding subgroups into it, you're going to get into a if-then formula. If you have this subgroup, then this is the formula for this school, where if you do not have subgroups, then this is the formula for your school. So we've talked about the apple-to-apple comparison, but even from a stakeholder, parent, guardian, community understanding, if the formula has to change depending on the makeup of the school, then it's just another layer of complexity to helping our stakeholders understand how we get the letter grade for that area.
That's helpful input. Yes, sir. I hear it exactly. Brian, do you have something? I saw you come off mute.
Oh, yeah, just adding on to that, if that subgroup is very small in any particular school, then would we have a situation where if it's fewer than 10 or fewer than some number that it wouldn't be counted at all? Or would we, would there be a huge amount of volatility based on a small number of students in that subgroup getting a certain outcome? That just seems to me like another potential problem.
Yep, I hear it. So I think we've heard from just about everyone. There's a 931 phone number. Last digits are 8529. Welcome you to jump on if you want to chime in any input for the conversation today. Otherwise, we'll move on to the second prompt. But I want to make sure I can kind of speak back to you all what I'm capturing in terms of consensus here before we move to prompt 2. Okay, we're going to, let me just say back to you all what I think I'm hearing. So everyone certainly agrees that we need a school-wide TVOS measure. There is some concern in this group about additional measures of growth and, kind of alongside that very straightforward school-wide TVOS. We did have one member who said, that if we were to include an additional multiple measure, it would be looking at the lowest performing group of students as opposed to those kind of traditional great subgroups that we think about in terms of federal accountability. So if that sounds good to the group in terms of what this prompt 1, the culmination of our conversation on prompt 1, I will move us on to prompt 2 and pull up our worksheet on weights. So I actually would like for us to work through kind of both options that we put on the table, since we heard from folks on this group that there were kind of maybe 2 different options. But when we go school-wide TVOS only, that makes our worksheet very easy because there's only one measure and it's got to be 100%. But let me ask the group while we're here, if we were going to consider some other group of students that would be the lowest performing, and we see a school grow that lowest performing group of students in an incredible amount over a school year, how then might we weight overall school-wide performance measure plus that additional indicator when you think about it being our lowest performing group of students?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Are we considering our lowest performing students similar to when we look at the quintile report on TVOS being that lowest quintile, or that first quintile being our lowest performing students?
Yeah, the purpose, like kind of philosophically, yes, I think that's what we would be thinking about. And we would have to set a threshold, whether it's lowest performing 5%, 10%, 15%, however we wanted to go about that. But yeah, we would have some kind of threshold where we would count, this is officially considered to be the lowest performing group that gets some level of weighting here in this calculation, if we move forward in that direction.
So my only 2 cents here is that we also want to run into that issue where even if you set a percentage, you still have to have that in count of 30 to get a statistically valid representation. Will every school have that 30 students in there in that lowest 5, 10, 15%, or in that first quintile in order to generate a lowest performing group? Just a wondering I would have from a calculation standpoint.
Yep, that's good input. Thank you, sir. Others who want to react to this, and I know we're thinking in hypotheticals here, but if we think through a measure of school-wide TVOS, which is certainly this group's consensus, plus that lowest performing group of students, how might we think about weighting the lowest performing group?
This is Mark. Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Make sure I am tracking with you on the strict one. This is the part of the formula that's I spend most time thinking about is, so how do we deal with this? What I'm concerned about, when you do have a lowest performing schools, but you have the teachers doing everything they can and they are showing movement, that we don't overlook that, because if not, then we would really frustrate them when they're doing everything they can. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it absolutely does. And I think too, just in terms of the public comment that we heard, the notion of schools who have a significantly high population of students who maybe aren't meeting proficiency yet. We want to make sure that this calculation recognizes and rewards the growth and the improvement that that school and their teachers are able to achieve kind of in that school year. And so when we think about, you know, the lowest performing group of students, it certainly gets a little bit more complicated in terms of explaining the calculation because you're getting a little bit more nuanced. But we also hear that those students who are the lowest performing are the hardest to move, right? It's the hardest to see some improvements there in terms of proficiency, certainly, but sometimes even with growth. Sometimes we have you know, groups of students in a particular school, and that group of student might look different from school to school to school, who are just, it's a stubborn number that does not want to move too easily.
Understandable, yes.
Hey, Chelsea, I think that we're all pretty close on the same page. I would be concerned too about how much weight we gave that additional measure. You know, if you just have school-wide TVOS and it's 100%, and you had school-wide TVOS with an additional number and it was like 20%, 80-20, but if they didn't have 30 students in that lower quintile, then they would revert back to the 100%. Would that be correct?
If I'm following your math, my mental math here, I think that's probably right. Yes, sir. And yeah, I mean, yes, you would have some weighting for a lowest performing group of students. And so if you did not move that group of students in a particular year, then that would essentially kind of count against you, even though your overall school TVOS might be a 5, for instance, or a real good score. It might pull you back a little bit potentially.
Yes. Well, and I think it does. It would show that those hardest working teachers, that if they did move that lowest group, because in some schools that might be 60% of your school. In some schools, it's probably less than 2% of the school. But those schools that's got 60% in there is really, I mean, they're really working hard to move that one group.
Yeah, I hear it. So on this prompt number 2, you know, certainly understand the 100% weighting that we would give for school-wide TVOS only. And if we did have this other measure for the lowest performing groups of students, I heard somebody throw out a number that said 20. I'm wondering, I mean, just in this hypothetical scenario, would that feel like an appropriate type of weighting, 80-20? Would it be some other split between overall school-wide TVOS and then that subgroup of lowest performing students? Tricky. I understand completely. It does get it gets a little complicated, especially when you can't see the numbers. Let me ask this question before we move on to prompt 3. Is this something that you all would like to see modeling done for next week, or is this something we want to say, you know, at group 1 we're going to go with that option 1 of school-wide TVOS only and move on? We'd be happy to bring back modeling if that's something that would be helpful. All right, last call.
Chelsea, this is Tim. I'm fine either way. I'm fine with the 100% or the 80-20. It doesn't really, I think as long as you're using the TVOS and you're using school-wide, it's still going to get you the same thing. I just think that if you did pull it out, it might be able to show those schools that had a lot longer place to go. It might help them out.
Very good. Thank you, sir. And Kyle, I saw you come off mute too.
I think I'd be interested in seeing the model between 100% and then the 20/80 applied, and what that would look like as far as distribution goes.
Okay, on an 80-20 split, we can do that. All right, let's move now to prompt number 3. So this is really going to be consistent with our prompt 3 from the last meeting. So if we think about TVOS scores, the handy thing is there are 5 layers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are also 5 letter grades when we think about A, B, C, D, F. What we're looking for here is where's the cutoff on an A versus a B versus a C, D, F. Do we do kind of a 1-to-1 matching where the highest TVOS growth is the highest letter grade? So a 5 TVOS score would be an A letter grade, and actually kind of rank them up 1-to-1 so that a 1 level of TVOS growth at a school would be an F ranking? Or is there some other approach that you all might consider when you think about kind of overlaying on that school-wide TVOS measure the letter grade system?
Chelsea, just one thought on this, Ryan. And this comes from David Laird showing us the W distribution for TVOS scores. And I wondered, I assume growth will likely be a pretty big component of the ultimate letter grade for schools. Do we want, by having a 1-for-1 TVOS score, to kind of wait for the letter grade to be so many schools into A's, C's, and F's? Or could we use like a sort of an even distribution of, the top 20% of the raw scores from TVOS we'll get that highest category, and the next 20% will get the second highest category, and so forth. So we're not pushing so many schools towards the polls.
Yeah, I hear you. That's a great thought, and I'm taking that note down so that we can bring that back and see how that W distribution actually plays out kind of in a letter grade context. Others who have thoughts about this, when we as a breakout group here, we've talked about, in terms of growth, our preference is to use an overall school-wide TVOS data point. And if we were to add an additional measure, it would be for the lowest performing group of students in the school, regardless of what subgroup they might have traditional subgroup they might be a part of. And if we were going to do that one, we'd see an 80-20 split. But let's think about, we have growth scores for a school, TVOS level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, grade letters A, B, C, D, F. How would we actually overlay the letter grade on those TVOS scores? Is it that direct match approach that we were discussing, or some other way to do it?
So we've got to remember that a level 3 from SAS is a year's growth. So that means the child's making an adequate year's growth from one year to the next. When parents think of a C, is a C an adequate? If a school's making adequate growth, is that a C in a parent's mind? For someone who's not well versed in the calculations and what goes into a TVOS score to get that 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, a three is a solid year's growth. Is that in a stakeholder's mind? Is that a C level performance?
Good point. Thank you for bringing that up. And you're exactly right. When we think about a TVOS level 3, that is kind of what we would see as, typical or an average year's worth of growth. Thank you for mentioning that, Kyle. But others who have kind of comments on this one, especially given the point that Kyle just made, how would we overlay that letter grade rating system based on TVOS growth?
Hey, this is Tammy Garrett. I do think that a C is average. And if you think about a 3, if going back and thinking about a 3 being average, a 4 is a little better than average, a 5 is significantly better than average. So I could see us doing that.
There we go. Okay, I got my mute button unmuted. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And those are really poignant comments, Director. I'm glad to see you on the call today. And I think that's a little bit of a tension point too, because I think we want to make sure that we are trying to be consistent between all these various labels kind of and rating input. thoughts or considerations as we think about overlaying those letter grades onto a TVOS performance level, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5?
Hey, Chelsea, this is Victor Evans, and I'm in the car, so hopefully everyone can hear me all right. I think the biggest thing, if we're talking about TVOS here as it relates to the actual letter grades, as much congruence as there can be. I forget the gentleman who mentioned this earlier, but being able to understand, like, if you're showing like something middle of the road or high on the TVOS, that it is not the polar opposite of what is reflected in the letter grade, right? So if you have like a high number on your TVOS and then but then there's an F, that's confusing, right? And just probably doesn't make sense overall. So I think there could probably be a conversation separate from this one about how to make sure all this ties more closely together instead of just everything kind of being in its own separate silo in our accountability framework. But given how our infrastructure and system is set up, this is what we have to work with. So we have to like make it work in a way that is as accurate, as transparent as possible. So all to say, as much as we can have these two things in parallel with each other, I think we get closer to having something that accurately reflects the growth of the schools through the letter grades.
Thank you so much, Victor. I heard every bit of that, even though you're in the car. Thank you so much for chiming in and providing that input. Others who want to provide any input on this question of how we overlay letter grade ratings onto TVOS scores? Okay. Oh, Tammy, go
Hey,
ahead.
Chelsea.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I was running late. I got behind. Did we consider at all the universal screening? Would that, the universal screener data that we are able to get?
We have not talked about that. No, ma'am. And so feel free to chime in with what you're thinking there. Would love to hear it.
I just think that when the lower grades, have skin in the game, that it is important because it's where it starts. We can't wait till the third grade. So I really liked when we were able to choose that as a growth measure for teachers. And I think there's value in saying, hey, let's look at what they're doing at the lower grades and those the growth in the universal screener from fall to spring.
Thank you so much. That's super helpful. We have heard a little bit about that over the town halls in particular, maybe even at the town hall you were at, if I could remember which one it came from. But we heard a lot about the emphasis on that kind of early foundational literacy skills that we've been focusing on as a state, particularly some of the investments we're making before third grade. And so we've heard a little bit about kind of other assessments that are available that could be used to demonstrate either academic achievement or growth. But have not heard too terribly much about that. So I'm glad you chimed that in today. Okay, so let me speak back to the group, kind of what I'm hearing for prompt 3, and I'm going to put this in our notes. But TVOS level 3 is supposed to represent the standard amount of growth that one could expect in a school year's time. So we think a 3 might need to correspond with what should, be a acceptable letter grade in terms of a parent's perspective. We do want to see some modeling to figure out if that W distribution would actually kind of impact letter grades in the way that we saw in the charts that David Laird shared. But we also want to see that, there's not a misalignment between the 5 layers of TVOS scores and the 5 layers of school letter grades. Is that kind of an accurate capturing of what we talked about here so far? Okay. All right. So at this point in time, with the little bit of time that we have left in our breakout groups, I actually want to move us back to the prompt 3 from last week's conversation. I mentioned during the I guess the first few minutes of the call this afternoon, that we wanted to circle back on prompt 3 as it relates to academic achievement. So if you can kind of take off your growth cap and put your academic achievement proficiency cap back on from Tuesday. We want to dig a little bit deeper into the conversation we had about how we would go about applying the letter grade rating system to academic achievement. You all saw some of the histograms, and I'll flip back to that chart for those of you who were not on earlier. So this is kind of the histogram updates from last week. We actually ran this based on some of the consensus we had in the working groups that suggested we include all subjects, including science and social studies, not just English, language arts, and math. And so on the histogram over here on your left side in red, that's the data as you would see it for only English, language arts, and math. Over here in blue is what it would look like if we, included science and social studies. It does carry a little bit higher weight for English, language arts, and social studies. In this right-hand side, it's 35, 20, 20, I believe is what David said. So that's kind of the breakdowns that you would see in this academic achievement if we looked at all subjects. Now, when we think about where are the cutoffs between an A, B, C, D, or F, we're essentially trying to figure out where the line should be, where performance, what bars of performance would we expect a school to achieve to, move from an F to a D to a C, B, or A. Let's go back to that conversation and that prompt in particular. Now that we've seen some of this modeling, I'm interested to hear, the group's thoughts today on where the cutoff should be. Where do we draw the lines kind of over on top of this kind of histograph for an A, B, C, D, or F? Folks who have thoughts about kind of where we draw the line on this type of distribution.
Hey, Chelsea, Victor Evans again. I unfortunately, I think, missed the modeling piece of this. And if no one has anything to contribute right this moment, if there's a way you can kind of verbalize what you guys displayed,
sure,
in 30 seconds or less. So I won't take up everyone's time.
30 seconds. Good challenge. I'll see if I can explain all this technical stuff. So we did some modeling since the last conversation. Typically, when we think about accountability, we only included scores for English or math. And consensus from the group discussions last week said we believe that we should count science and social studies as well. And so you see two different graphs on the screen. They represent English and math only versus all tested subjects, which is what the group asked for last time. Now, when you think about a histogram chart, the shapes of the histogram is actually pretty consistent between the English and math only version and the all subjects version. You see kind of down at the bottom of the histographs, the success rate for schools. And so when you think about in all subjects, we've got kind of, let's see here if I can do some quick math, 2, 4, 6. So we've got about 600 schools who have a success rate, academic achievement rate of 26.9 to 42.5% of students who are proficient or, meeting expectations and the academic standards laid out for English, math, science, and social studies. 600 schools, we've got about 1,800 of them, 1,900 of them in the state. So that, we see kind of a critical mass, I guess you could say, in this 26.9 to 42.5% of students who are on track. When you think about schools that have let's see, maybe more than 75% of students on track or so, you're looking 2040, about 55 schools. So your tails get very skinny, kind of on the higher performing end, but you do see a critical mass of about 600 schools performing with 26.9 to 42.5% of students who are on track. And so, kind of thinking back to that absolute versus distribution approach, if we decided that the quintile measure, for example, and just did a 20% kids or less proficient for an F, 21 to 40% is a D, and so on and so forth. That's kind of the trick that you get to, because we know that there actually aren't that many schools that have a vast majority of their students who are meeting or exceeding expectations. We know we've got a lot of work to do. We all are marching forward to do that work diligently. But that's kind of what you're seeing on the graphs.
Chelsea, I'm definitely not a statistician, and I would love to see models of overlaying this, of what those quintiles would look like if you put, because in my mind, I would think that 26.9 to 42.5 or whatever, that would be a C, wherever the majority of folks, but then what would that, the D behind that, and then the F behind that, and going forward. The thing that I do like about the distribution is if we go absolute, my county is a high poverty, they will never hit a chance of having an A or B on an absolute, but they could possibly have a chance or B or C on the distribution. And but I would love to see this overlaid with the quintiles. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it sure does. And we can bring that back for the next meeting. Absolutely. Others who have thoughts about this as we kind of visit back this prompt from last meeting.
So, Ms. Garrett, I'm wondering, because in a school with high poverty right now as the principal, even if we go to the distribution model, I still feel like we would be at the tail end of the left side of the bell curve when we look at when the percentages are put into a bell curve. And my concern there is if we start on the left side of the bell curve and every school makes gains, we all make gains in our proficiency, we all scoot to the right, but the bell curve stays in the exact same shape and we're still stuck on the left side of the bell curve. And if we could, that would be my only concern about going to the distribution model on that, is my success as a school is dependent upon every other school's success or lack of success that school year. And I'm not saying I'm an absolute fan either, but.
Yeah, but don't you feel that and I may be looking at it differently, but I do have some of my high poverty schools that if you look at this at 31.2%, or I have some of my high poverty schools that could hit that. And if a C was in there, they could possibly hit a C. But if you had absolute where you had to hit 60, I'm just throwing numbers out, 60% to get a C, I would never get there. That's, for some reason, I think, at first I didn't, but now that I look at this, I really think that it'd be better.
Thank you for chiming in there. Hey, Chairman, I see you on the screen now. Welcome. Others who want to chime in here. Chairman, did you want to say something? You're off mute.
No, I'm finally got where I can get to my laptop so I can see your graphs. Thank you very much. I'll continue to listen.
Of course. So we're looking for input on where you draw the line, essentially. Where do you cut off between an A versus a B versus a C versus a D or an F? Now, this is on the topic of academic achievement because we've covered our conversation on growth. But let's circle back to this prompt, and we're looking for input on kind of how you would apply a cutoff point for the various letter grades based on some of the modeling that you see.
Hey, Chelsea, this is Tim again. Hey, the absolute, yeah, it really concerns me. I think that even distribution would probably be better for everybody because it does allow you to see where that growth is. It amazed me though how similar both of these bell curves are when you put just one, math and English in one and then put everything in the other. So does it make sense to have everything? Does that help or hurt people? You just have to see at your own school if it did, but it is amazing how close they are to being the same.
Yes, sir. And I think the other thing, we were talking about earlier today is kind of, do we weight differently English and math in the elementary school space versus the secondary space because of some of the legal requirements that we know exist around the number of minutes that you've got to teach those two subjects in elementary school. So we may be able to bring back some modeling on that point in particular, but I hear you loud and clear. Distribution would be better in your opinion, and maybe benefit more schools, more students, communities. And, the trick of it is kind of, where do you draw the line? How do you actually consider where the break point is from an A to a B, C, D, or F?
Chelsea, this is Ryan. Another thing occurred to me about why kind of an even distribution by quintile for A through F might make sense, which is if we had a lot of schools kind of clustered that are in the middle of that normal distribution with the C's, then, and we had fewer kind of A's and B's than C's, which I think would be the consequence of doing that, then it would be harder for schools to move from C to B or A, and therefore, from a parent's perspective, you might just see a lot of C schools, and it'd be harder to differentiate between, all of those schools. But if we were to have a roughly even number of schools in each of the different letter grade categories, then, one, it'd be easier for a school to move from one point to another, but also it might be more helpful from a parent perspective of, where is this school really performing relative to other schools.
That's super helpful. I think that's kind of, you brought a few comments forward today, sir, that really focus on from a parent perspective and trying to keep it clean and understandable. So I hear you loud and clear there. Kyle, were you going to come off mute? I thought I saw you.
Yes, because I'm torn on this. Trying to look at both sides of the coin. If we go to the distribution model, the target is a constantly moving target. There's no, where we have AMOs now, we have a clearly defined target that we're striving to get to as a school. Our teachers understand, our community understands where we're striving to get. We go to the distribution model, it's, well, let's see how everybody else does this year, and then we'll know if we hit our target, or where we fail within that. So that would be the hard part, I guess, even working with the stakeholders being teachers on, we're working to increase proficiency in our school, but we won't know how we did until we see how everybody else in the state has done. And that's a challenge.
Yep, I hear it. And I think, we got a little reminder that our breakout room is going to close in 5 minutes. But I think the point that you made is absolutely right. Kind of in this distribution approach, it is in fact relative. And so we got to look at all of the performance of all the schools to be able to determine kind of where the chips fall on the A through F letter grades. And, we talked a little bit about some of the AMO kind of proposals that we talked about and heard from you all about on Tuesday. I think, if we wanted to, if you all wanted to provide comment there on an AMO type pathway, we're certainly ready to hear all of that. We're really looking for not just kind of the proposal on how that might be included, but how then you would explain that component to parents, because AMOs, it gets pretty technical, but I hear what you're saying on the moving target, and would welcome any kind of follow-up thoughts that you might have there as you're thinking about this more. I want to make sure that we can do what I failed to do for this group last time and find somebody to share out for us. I've got some notes in the chat that you can read off in terms of the 3 prompts on growth. But let me go ahead and get a volunteer there before we lose time. And then Victor, I saw you come off mute. We'll come back to you, sir. Anybody want to share out for us today? If there are no volunteers for tribute, I might volunteer someone. Kyle, I don't know. Do you want to share out for the group today? All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, Victor, I know you had a comment kind of on this distribution and where we draw a cutoff for the proficiency and academic achievement indicator. Did you want to come off mute and share that one?
Yeah, I'm being kind of in consensus with the group. This part's tough. But I'm also concerned, like, because if we end up with a bunch of schools, so if we just took this data chart or bar graph here, and that just was a reflection of the A through F scale, right? We're gonna have a lot of schools in the C's, right? I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing, or I do not believe it's necessarily a bad thing to have not a whole lot of schools as A's, because A's should be the, what you're aspiring to be, the best of the best, right? And there are just so many things to point to where I'm not sure that's being reflected across the board. So just cautious as we continue to think through this, like, I think it'll be okay if everyone's not an A to start off with, right? And not to just dilute it and push everyone into an A, once we all figure out kind of what this distribution should look like. So that's my concern, because I don't want us to get to a point where we're trying to just make everything an A when it should not be. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And you hit the nail on the head. This part is tricky. And, the whole exercise is tricky. And I think we appreciate the engagement that we've had from all of you. In the last couple of minutes of our group, I'm going to dump in just a quick note that I made for the prompt 3 for academic achievement. I hope this captures kind of the group discussion. But we said this part is tough. And we definitely have consensus around the distribution approach. I put in some comments here that we want to draw the line so that a high poverty school could achieve a C, for example, but we don't want to misrepresent to parents that not everything has to be an A. So hopefully we can unpack that one as we have time to share out from our group on growth. But Kyle, you've got those notes in there, and I just appreciate y'all being part of the conversation today. It's good to see everybody again, and look forward to doing another breakout with you all on Monday.
Hey, Chelsea, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Are we looking at doing away with the AMOs? I guess I may have missed that, but
it's not decided.
Yeah,
it's not decided whether or how AMOs kind of in the traditional sense would be included. I think what we heard from the commissioner is that if you want to propose kind of a solution, we want to hear on how you would explain that to families, and it would probably go into this growth bucket. Oh, beam me up, Scotty, again. I'm sure y'all heard me finishing my conversation. I hope you all had good conversations in your breakout groups as well. We're getting everybody back in. I'm seeing lots of faces on the screen, so let's go ahead and start shares out from the groups today. Grace, I might call in your group, and I'm not sure who your sharer out is, but let's start there for Grace's group, and they'll go first today.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is Eddie Pruitt, Director of Schools. I'm sorry, Grace. I was nominated to do this. I'll be happy to do it. So we looked at prompt 1. We did say that it should be school-wide value added. That should be what it should all be, 100%. When we started discussing how to break that out, though, we felt very important that subgroups should be included. We said that it would probably even be easier rather than the way it is now, where you have a 60-40 and it rolls into one grade, potentially have school-wide count 60, and then you've got an additional measure of subgroup count 40. So that way a parent could see specifically what the subgroup value added score was. There was also some discussion on lowering the end count, but from where it is now, from 30 to potentially to 10 was mentioned. However, I think I might have been the only, well, there might have been a couple that disagreed with that, just because of the amount of percentage a smaller population could count for a whole school grade there if you do that. And as far as subgroups, we did think that just keep our normal subgroup distributions that we have, our SWD, ELL, BHN, and economically disadvantaged. There was some discussion about potentially pulling all of those out. However, but that went back to the discussion about our end count. And again, group one, if you need to say anything, please jump in and jump in on me there. In regards to weights, I think I covered that on the additional subgroups. Number 3A, we did say use the current system for figuring the numbers in the letter grade in the accountability protocol. We've already got that kind of established and everybody's familiar with it. So go ahead and use that for the value added matchup there. And then we had a really robust discussion about, absolute or distributive, and our group was 100% on the absolute, that needs to be done that way. We had really 3 different ideas on how to come up with that actual number. We had similar to like what we've done with the current model with the 45, 100, 45 and above being an A. We had Kevin went and did some additional work and pulled out quintiles with current data, including science and social studies, and had A as a 46 to 100, B 36 to 45.9, C 27 to 35.9, D 17 to 26.9, and then F 16.9 below. We also mentioned using the current one and maybe increasing that somewhat, since we might be adding science and social studies in there. I think it was 1.5%, so maybe increasing that somewhat. And then we also had an idea about taking the state average every year and equating that to a letter grade. And the example was given was a B, and then so many points higher would be an A, so many points lower, a C, D, and then the bottom tier or whatever would be an F. In regards to value added, we did also discuss moving to a 1-year versus 3-year. So I think that is the discussion, the consensus of the group. We worked well together and did a pretty good job. So group 1, if you have anything else to share, I'll be happy to be quiet on that.
Well, Eddie, I'm not hearing any boos, so it sounds like you did a pretty good job. Thank you very much for sharing out for group 1. We are going to go now. Let's see, David Laird, who is sharing out from your group? If that group will come on next and share out.
I am very pleased to pass the baton to Margaret Bright, who's going to share out for group 2. We had a fantastic discussion. I'm incredibly grateful for group 2.
Yeah, we did. And please jump in and correct me on anything. So with number 1, the general consensus is if we're wanting to keep it as clean as possible, that simply using the school-wide TVOS would simplify that for parents and stakeholders. But there was concerns. One thing was brought up that we do need to look at some of these subgroups as well. And the discussion was, is that better served in the other measures, or is it better served in other indicators? And the idea was that we didn't want to have unintended consequences with a focus too heavily on one group, and we didn't want to necessarily leave those groups out so that they weren't a focus. So how to best manage that. And then the other concern with using just straight TVOS was the swing in TVOS scores. And, if we went that route, can the department do something to improve that particular piece? As far as the weight goes, if we're using just school-wide TVOS, then that would be basically that 100%. But if we're looking at the other measures, again, how do you want to put that in there? And then applying the letter grades, we didn't really come to a consensus on that one. The idea of just applying the letter grades, so that like a 1 is an F and an A, a 5 is an A. But then the comment, the discussion that we are having is that's going to put, if you're looking at the bell curve, a lot of our schools at a C for growth. And we know historically people are going to look at that and go, well, a C is not very good, even though a C is average. So how do you, that was kind of where our conversation broke off, is how do you apply those letter grades in a way that honors the growth that the schools have had without making it look like they have done poorly, if that makes any sense. And so if I've got any of that wrong, my group, please jump in and clean that up.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Oh, we got an affirmation. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, thank you very much, Margaret, for sharing out today, and appreciate that group as well. Sam, your group, who's sharing out for you all today?
I believe that'll be the wonderful Miss Coates.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to our college class. It's where we come in and we have a robust discussion where we're trying to make sure that we are getting our agenda complete, so that we are being well-rounded. But we did come to a consensus about the very first question or very first prompt that, in regards to using the school-wide TVAS data, but in making sure that we use some other measures as well, of having an 80-20 or 80-10-10 split. And so that when we have our third or fourth meeting, okay, now they're all going together, but when we have our next meeting when we're talking about other measures, when we're getting to the when we're trying to have this overall indicator of making sure that we have this letter grade being applied, that we want to make sure that we're closing the gap in regards to our students that are in subgroups and or who are the levels in which every school has the lowest performing school students in the school. So in our discussion, we wanted to make sure that we're, one, closing the gap, and two, that we're just using one piece of data that's easy enough for our parents to understand, and that we don't delve into the complexity of knowing or making it difficult where people in the community would not be able to understand it. So we didn't get to the part about the the letter grading as regards to growth, but I'm sure it will come up as we try to circle back to make sure that we clean up our prior conversations and as we're moving forward. But we're on the right track because we are making sure that we're all in consensus of when we're talking in a group. And if I had left out anything, I know that our group would be willing to add anything to that.
I would like to make just one comment that was brought up in our group. I thought it was very good, referring to the previous group that talked about a 60-40. One reason we said 10 instead of 40 is because all those subgroups are already counted in the first calculation. And so in that some people are in all four of those subgroups. And so if you start counting 40% as the subgroups, some people will be counted 4 times. And so that would way overweight just the basic TVAS. And so that was, I thought, a good point that was brought up in our group of why we said 80-10-10 instead of 60-40.
Thank you to the other professor.
Yeah, and just to put a fine point on that, the concept of using, bottom 20 or bottom 25% of performers from last year, is that somewhat, you lose the nuance of which subgroups those fall into, but then you kind of don't have the triple or quadruple count issue. It's simply a matter of saying, hey, whomever were the lowest performers in your school last year, we want their improvement to be even more important than the school's overall performance. So whether that's a 3-to-1 ratio or a 4-to-1 ratio, you'd sort of have school-wide growth, and then 20 to 25% would be either bottom 20, lowest performing students, or a mix of lowest performing students and at-risk subgroups, the big four.
So thank you. So that we have several professors in our course, and we will be on track. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Group 3. We'll say you're the 400 level college course here. Oh, I love that. Okay, we're going to go now to my group. Former Principal of the Year, Kyle Loudermilk, is going to share out today.
So as far as when we go to prompt 1, the consensus of our breakout group was that TVAS school-wide measure would be the best measure to consider. And when we started thinking about would we want to add any additional measures, we came to the consensus that it would be best to apply for the lowest performing students in the school. We got into a discussion, I think, from different angles on if you start looking at subgroups, you're not comparing apples to apples anymore because every school does not have the same subgroups. And so how do you compare schools in different zip codes, different areas, different school sizes, and where we have that 30 in count, would that be appropriate? Then we went into prompt 2. So what would that look like? So first of all, we were at the 100% TVOS, and then we talked about we'd like to see some modeling done around an 80-20 split. So 80% being overall TVOS with 20% being for the lowest performing students. We talked about the quintile there being an option to look at. Another consideration there, I just wonder though, and I heard, this is not from my group, just my own thinking, heard somebody say, looking at the bottom 25%, that would require 120 students to be counted so that you could get a bottom 25% to have an in count of 30 in that bottom group. Just knowing that we have some rural schools that may not have that many test takers, just be my own wondering. So going into prompt 3 from a group consensus, what we talked about here being that if TVOS level 3 is represented the standard amount of growth, it's a year's growth, it's what is expected. So how would that correspond to what we would suggest being a letter grade? If that is a C, do stakeholders and parents view a C as being appropriate? Is that what they would see as being an appropriate measure, appropriate score, appropriate letter for a school that's making adequate 1 year's growth? So we want to see some modeling done to figure out if we went to the TVOS, will it create that W distribution with letter grades? Or as we've heard some others say in this group, are we going to see some heavily centered schools being in the C category, very few Bs, some As, very few Ds, and several Fs? One of the members of our group brought up an excellent point here. If everybody's housed in that C category, it makes it difficult to move into the B, to move from a C to a B, because there's fewer schools in that W distribution at the B rating. So let me make sure I'm reading these notes here. Just going back to, we're hoping to see the TVOS rating scale and the later grade rating scale be parallel and not see mixed messages to our families. The last, and I apologize, when we revisited prompt 3 from last time, I did not get the notes copied over, but we just talked about how that was still just a robust and I won't say controversial, just a heavily debated topic on the distribution versus cutoff or absolute cutoff. The main thing that our group was battling and just having some great discussion on is how do we ensure that our economically disadvantaged schools are not negatively impacted as they make progress, but it may not be at the starting point of every other school or other schools in the state. And feel free, Group 4, to clarify and clean up my consensus comments.
All right, I'm hearing no additional comments. Thank you, groups, for sharing out today and being part of a great discussion. Really appreciate that we've had such good conversations 2 times in a row now. We're making a lot of good progress. We're hearing some great considerations from all of you. I want to make sure to put up the slide for our next meeting. It will be Monday. So we are complete with the conversation on achievement, complete with the conversation on growth. We'll bring back some modeling for the next meeting. We'll recap this discussion at the top of that meeting, and then we're going to spend a lot of time going through those other indicators, other measures or metrics that could or should be included in the final calculation. We have had a working group member kind of point out to us that the language of the law does not necessarily require us to come up with an other indicator. We could potentially leave it just to the 2. So we'll revisit that Tennessee Code annotated slide that you all have seen several times and dive deeply into that conversation on Monday. On Friday of next week, we'll finish it all up, and this is where we're actually talking about weighting between the three big buckets, which is achievement, growth, and other indicators. So with that, please keep an eye out on your inbox for prompts for the next meeting 4. Day. We are going to have a lot of consistency in the prompts between what you've seen today and what you will see next week. So when you're thinking about those other indicators and you're kind of getting prepared to come to the meetings next week, what we really want to hear from you is what is included, how are those things weighted, and then how do you apply that letter grade rating scale over the top of them. So those are the prompts that you can expect for the following meeting. We'll be back together again on Monday, October 16th at 3 p.m. In the meantime, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and week. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.